The Passage to Hysteria. Part 3. The Hunt. Matthew's eyes slowly opened to a new day in Hysteria. He felt an initial sense of disappointment, as he realized that everything he had experienced in the last day was not a nightmare. His palms were moist with sweat, and his breath heavy. His mind was bombarded with flashes of the terrible dream he had. Visions of his beloved daughter, corrupted and poisoned by an indescribable evil. An immeasurable sense of pain, sensing the malevolence killing her innocence. Anna begged for her father, but he was not there to liberate her from evil's grasp. Matthew sat up on the edge of his bed, with his bare feet placed on the cold ground. He promised himself he would not allow this disturbing vision to become a reality. Then a knock at his door. Matthew turned his attention towards it, to witness Benjamin peeking his head into the room. "Good morning, Matthew. You looked well rested. Come, Carl has prepared breakfast for us. It is important that we eat before our venture." Matthew nodded his head, and departed from his bed. After putting his shoes and jacket back on, Matthew followed Benjamin out into the many pathways of the catacombs. Benjamin glanced back at Matthew as they traveled towards the feeding hall. "We'll be sure to visit the armory before our departure. We can't have you out in the meadow without any armor to protect you, especially with the horde being spotted in the area." Matthew responded, "Yes, that sounds like a good idea. I'm sure this will come as no surprise to you, but I've never wielded a sword before." His words were preceded by a light chuckle. Benjamin grinned before speaking. "Yes, well, I like to think of myself as a good teacher. Besides I'll be in good company. I hope this will not come off as braggadocios, but I am considered by most to be a highly revered duelist. Isaac is by far the deadliest archer that I have ever met, and Carl's brute-like strength is a true sight to behold. He manages to swing a broad sword like a child's toy. In summary, I believe that you will be quite safe in our company." Benjamin's words managed to diminish Matthew's concerns for the day a tad bit. The two men eventually reached the feeding hall, and joined their fellow huntsmen around the very same fire pit as the night prior. Among them were Isaac, Carl, Kurt, and several others. They all wore their armor, which reflected the flames of the pit. They wolfed down the remains of Carl's savory rabbit stew, being sure to make haste. Not much was said from the men, and a more somber mood befell the circle. They seemed focused and tuned into a more primal state of mind. These men seemed noticeably rougher than the average man, presumably hardened by the harsh world they found themselves in. Isaac was the one to finally break the silence, as he engaged Matthew in conversation. "I must say, Matthew, your arrival has sparked some excitement into this place. For generations, life here has remained essentially the same. We have managed to stay under the radar for so long. For most of us here, that is a good thing. The people can live quiet and peaceful lives, not being concerned with the bigger picture of this world. I, however, am a man of resolution. For decades I have hoped that I would live long enough to see some sort of conclusion. I would not be content with simply growing old and dying in these tunnels. Whether we win or lose, I want to see an end to this. I want to see an end to the horde herders. I wish for nothing more than to personally end the life of that tyrant Charnan, and bring my love back home. Then our people can truly live, free to roam this world without fear." Benjamin chimed in with his own thoughts, in regards to Isaac's statement. "I could not agree more, Isaac. For too long have we hidden in this hole, praying for safety. I refuse to live in fear of these savages. One day we will take the fight to them, and prove that we are not prey. We will take this world as our own." Then a familiar deep voice spoke out from behind Benjamin. Ezra had come to pay his warriors a visit. "Of course that would be great, to be able to venture out and truly explore this place. However, we must not let our desires blind us, and leave ourselves open to destruction, gentlemen. We here are the strongest, we are the protectors of our people. We cannot let our ambition turn us into cannon fodder, for if we fall, the women and children will be defenseless from the evil that lurks above. If the choice is between a quiet peace and all-out war, the choice is obvious. The good of the people must always remain as our top priority. There is no place for pride in leadership, Benjamin. Ezra's words of wisdom conflicted with Benjamin's cry for action. As the aged master took a seat next to Matthew, Benjamin responded, "Ezra, do you forget all that the horde herders have taken from us? Countless lives lost, or left to suffer in their prison of agony. They are evil, and good must never permit evil to persist. It must be snuffed out and eliminated." As Benjamin passionately delivered his comments, Ezra's expression spoke of disappointment in the ambitious young man. "Benjamin, to speak in such cutthroat absolutes is a dangerous game. You say that they are an evil, and must be eliminated at all cost. Do you not think that these individuals do not feel the same way towards our people? Hatred added to hatred only sums up to pain for all sides. Do not forget that these people were not simply born with malice in their hearts, but instead were corrupted. Their minds were poisoned by the influence of a true evil. They are not the orchestrators of hatred, but simply the pawns of amalgama. We must be better than our nemesis, and ascend above their primitive loathing for us. I believe that in time, a common ground may be found. We do not achieve peace through bloodshed, but through understanding of one another. Somehow, a dialogue must be opened between our people. Surely not all of them live in such a constant state of blind abhorrence for humanity. Light can reach even the darkest of pits. All it takes is one soul to divert their thinking away from the blackness, and inspire the others to think a different way. The day will come, Benjamin, but we must be open to it." To Ezra's dismay, Benjamin did not seem receptive to his words, and visibly rejected his ideology. He quickly finished his food, and removed himself from the table. As he stormed from the hall, he shouted back to the group, "Isaac, supply Matthew with the necessary armor and weaponry. Meet me at the catacombs entrance in half an hour." As he vanished from sight, Matthew looked to Ezra. The grey-bearded wise man looked back at Matthew. You can wish for someone to see the path before them, but you cannot force them to open their eyes. Too much blindness will leave us all in darkness. Matthew analyzed Ezra's words carefully before speaking. "What is it that you think Benjamin cannot see, Ezra?" Ezra looked to be in deep thought for a moment, then smiled. "Benjamin is an immensely talented young man, though like many men of youth, his physicality takes precedence over critical thinking. I know where his unfiltered vitriol for the so-called horde herders comes from. You see, the man has lost that which he valued the most, as have many of us. But where most eventually come to accept their loss, Benjamin did not. Forgiveness sometimes seems like an impracticality, but with age comes a greater understanding. When you first lose something precious, the wound is fresh and the emotions are high. With time, however, you can achieve a more fine-tuned understanding of what led to your loss. It is easy to hate, but to forgive can be a truly mountainous task. But in my experience, Matthew, the path of resistance commonly withholds the necessities of true change and growth. I hope the man will someday learn this." Ezra then rose from his seat, and placed his hand upon Matthew's shoulder, before addressing the group of men. "I wish you all the best of luck on the hunt. May you come back safe and in high supply. Adieu, gentlemen." With that, the leader of the people departed. Matthew looked to Carl, who had long finished his breakfast. Carl seemed to sense the curiosity on Matthew's face. "You see, Matty, many of us have lost something to those savages. But Ezra's story is a hard one to beat. His family's bloodline has ran the catacombs for generations, and managed to keep us safe for the most part for a very long time. When it was Ezra's turn to take the place of leader, he had a bull-headed approach, much like Benji. Because of this, a fatal mistake was made. Nearly all of Ezra's family was slaughtered, by Charnan personally. His brothers, mother and even his children, all killed by the horde herder chieftain. all except for young Riley, who was Ezra's only surviving child and heir to his throne. However, one day while exploring the meadows, young Riley became lost, never to be seen from again. For many years after, Ezra fell silent. Our king had turned into a hermit, never leaving his quarters. Then one day, he emerged from his shell, like a new man. Isaac interjected, as he chugged down his cup of water. I get where Ezra is coming from, and I do think enough blood has been spilled. But until the mad chieftain is slayed, no change will ever come to this land. Matthew had another question for Carl. Could Riley have survived? The question caused Carl to take a long pause, as he visibly pondered the question for some time before responding. Doubtful, though I suppose it's possible. Riley was but 12 years old at the time, so he'd be a well-grown lad by now. Matthew immediately responded, well, if he had, you'd think he would have found his way back here. Carl shook his head, as he was obviously withholding some information on the subject. No, I don't think he would, Matty. You see, Riley was not your typical boy. He was unique, in a way that may have rubbed some of the residents of these catacombs the wrong way. Carl's comment piqued Matthew's interest. What do you mean? As Matthew asked the question, Carl gazed down at his empty bowl. Then he looked to Isaac with a questioning look, as if he was seeking permission to convey the information. Isaac sighed before speaking to Carl. Go ahead, I suppose the secret's known to most by now. Telling Matthew here won't hurt anything. With the go-ahead, Carl revealed the aforementioned secret. You see, Matty, Ezra has explored much of Hysteria in his many years, against the advice of most. The man has an insatiable hunger for exploration, even if it was dangerous. Along his many travels, a younger Ezra met a woman. Her name was Malia. Now the thing about Malia, Matty, was that she was what we refer to around her as a horde herder. But she was not a savage brute like the men. No, the females are much more docile, and Malia was one such female. From what legends tell us, the female herders are treated as slaves. So Dahlia fled from the swamplands, and ran into an exploring Ezra. Well, long story short, a romance bloomed between the two. This forbidden love resulted in a child, a baby boy they named Riley. Matthew listened on, quite enthralled by the story. Carl continued. As you could probably guess, the citizens here would not be accepting of such an arrangement. Many of them had lost loved ones to those violent subhumans. So if they had found out that their very own leader had spawned an offspring with one of them, well, it could have resulted in all-out chaos. Due to this, Ezra decided to keep Malia and baby Riley a secret. He constructed massive private wings of the catacombs just for them to live in, barred off from the rest of the residents. For many years they lived in a secret peace. Though Malia fell ill, and passed away, it seems her body was too far gone after years of exposure to Amalgame's influence, and being separate from it was too much shock. Anyways, when Riley reached the age of a young man, Ezra would sneak him out so that he could familiarize his boy with the world. Unfortunately, one day, Ezra lost sight of Riley, and that was that. The emotional story and its details changed the way that Matthew viewed Ezra. To go through so much loss and emotional turmoil, yet to remain so strong despite it, was truly inspiring. Isaac stood up, and removed himself from the table. Come, Matthew, it's time to get you some armor. Matthew hastily rose from his seat, waved goodbye to Carl, and followed Isaac down the hall. Matthew tried to keep up with the quick-moving Isaac, as they swiftly traversed down a pathway new to Matthew. He was astonished by the surprising size to the catacombs. They truly seemed to go on forever, and their maze-like structure made it easy for a newcomer like Matthew to find themselves lost without a guide handy. The ground beneath them then suddenly transitioned into a downhill slope. At the bottom of the descent, the two men took a sharp right turn, which revealed another massive space at the bottom. Matthew was dumbfounded by the sight. For over 100 feet, the walls were adorned by a countless amount of blades, shields, and assorted armor pieces. all of which were organized into their own sections. The vast variety and neatness to it all was astounding to Matthew. He followed Isaac as they approached the collection. What stunned Matthew the most was the obviously ancient design of the armor and weaponry. But despite their apparent historical period, they seemed almost untouched by time. The blades shined as if they had just been designed, as did the chest plates, gauntlets and chainmail. Matthew spoke to Isaac, standing behind him. "Isaac, how does all of this stuff look brand new if it's so old?" The elderly warrior turned to face Matthew. "There is so very much that you do not understand about this place, Matthew. Hysteria is a truly mysterious place. If we ever have the time, I will try to explain its many anomalies. But to put it simply, in the sake of time, no pun intended, time works different here." Matthew was curious, but understood that time was not a readily available commodity to them. Matthew only had days to reach his daughter, before God knows what would happen. "Now let us find you some suitable armor, Matthew." As Isaac searched the endless wall of armor pieces, Matthew heard the sound of approaching steps from behind. He turned to see Kurt, the young southern boy, enter the armory. He raised his hand up to greet Matthew, and approached with a smile. Kurt had already put on all of his armor, being decked out from head to toe. "It's quite the collection, ain't it, Matt?" Kurt asked, giving Matthew a friendly pat on the back. Matthew smiled back at the plucky kid. "Yes, it's quite the sight." The sight of such a massive amount of armor and weaponry was truly astonishing. To Matthew's surprise, he saw Isaac already returning with gear in his possession. He held a chest plate in one hand, and chainmail in the other. "Here, Matthew, try these on for size." Isaac passed the pieces to Matthew, who then carefully adorned the chainmail and chest plate. Having never worn such equipment, Matthew was surprised by its weight, and found it difficult to maneuver. Kurt laughed at the sight of Matthew's struggle, and Isaac tried to conceal a small smirk. "It'll take a bit to get used to, but you'll be thankful to have it. Though let's hope it never comes to that." Isaac's words were true, and Matthew was fine with the heft, assuming it could save his life. Isaac then departed once again in search of more armor. Matthew turned to Kurt and saw him skillfully handling a blade. His form was quite impressive to Matthew's untrained eye, and suggested that the young man had many hours of practice. Along the wall were several figures that were obviously meant for sparring purposes. Kurt took a defensive stance, before dealing a precise strike to the figure. He repeated this process with different stances and strikes. Matthew approached, minding his distance from the sword wielder. "You seem to know what you're doing with that thing, Kurt." Hearing Matthew's statement, Kurt lowered his blade and exited his defensive stance. He smiled and nodded his head. "Yeah, I've had lots of practice, and I'm lucky to have had such a good teacher." Matthew presumed the identity of the aforementioned mentor. "Your father showed you how to wield a sword?" To Matthew's surprise, Kurt shook his head no, then sheathed his blade on his side. "Nope, my daddy wasn't the physical type. He didn't believe in violence, and spent most of his time writing. Isaac taught me everything I know as far as dueling." As soon as his name was mentioned, Isaac returned with more articles for Matthew to try on. This time the elderly swordsman held a set of gauntlets and helmet. Matthew struggled, requiring Isaac to assist him in putting him on. Matthew then posed with his hands out to the side, as if to ask how it all looked on him. Kurt simply gave a thumbs up to Matthew. "It'll do just fine. Kurt, we need to work on your footwork when we return from the hunt. You appeared to be slightly off-balanced whilst coming through on your downward strike." Matthew did not realize just how observant Isaac was. Even while currently taking on another task, he still managed to notice Kurt's sparring from afar. "Yeah, I know, it's just hard to remember everything you told me all at the same time." Isaac smiled at the young man, and patted him on the back. "It's okay, Kurt, you're learning at a very impressive rate. Just always remember, The greatest swordsman needs but one strike, so long as that strike is calculated and executed to precision. Do me a favor, could you ready the men's canteens, then meet us up top? Kurt happily obliged, and exited from the armory. Now we must find you a befitting blade. Isaac scanned the grand wall of bladed weaponry with intrigue. Matthew joined him, standing beside the tall grey-haired man. Kurt seems to look up to you, as a teacher. Isaac at first did not acknowledge Matthew's statement. Instead he caressed the brown and silver hilt of a nearby dagger. No, too short. Having no experience, up-close combat would be a death sentence. Then again, I'd rather not have you swaying about with a full-length sword. Then, as if his hearing were delayed, Isaac seemed to have received Matthew's previous message. He broke his trance with the shimmering dagger, and turned towards Matthew. I believe it goes deeper than that. The boy was lost after his father's passing, and had no direction. So I stepped in to try and guide him. His father was a proud pacifist, so Kurt never received any training. Not wise for a resident of such a hostile world. You can resent violence all you want, but at times it may be the only thing that will keep you among the living. Isaac paused, sensing that he had seemed to trail off from his original point. Anyways, I took the boy in as my pupil. Despite never even wielding a blade before, Kurt showed promise and interest. He learns fast, and I believe he could make for an excellent addition to Benjamin's flock. Nevertheless, he and I began to spend time together outside of training. My love and I could never conceive, despite our best efforts. Seems that it was not God's plan for us. I did not intend on filling that role for Kurt, but being a source of guidance for him felt natural. I must admit, I do care deeply for the boy, and I see a very bright future for him. With the end of his statement, Isaac settled on the dagger before him, and withdrew it from the wall mount. He offered it to Matthew. I suppose a dagger would be the best choice for you. In all honesty, if we are to engage in any conflict, it would be in your best interest to stay behind us. This would only be used in the most grim of circumstances, wherein the only person to defend you is yourself. Though a wise man once told me, it is better to have and not need, than to need and not have. Here you are. Matthew gently grasped the dagger in his hand, and lifted it from Isaac's palms. He carefully rotated it from side to side, so that he may take in its every last detail. Majority of its hilt was a mature brown, with 3 gold rings running the circumference of the handle. The dagger itself was your typical silver, though it shined like sunlight on the water, ever reflective. Thank you for the assistance, Isaac. I very much appreciate it. Isaac smiled, then walked past Matthew, who sheathed his dagger. Come, Matthew, let us join the other. It's time for a hunt. Before departing the armory, Matthew had another question for Isaac. I just noticed, there's no guns here. Why is that? With so many people finding themselves trapped here, you would think some would have firearms on them. Isaac paused at the armory's doorway, and chuckled at Matthew's question. Yes, you would think so. Guns have existed here in Hysteria. For decades, warfare between us and the horde herders was fought with firearms. We also utilized them for hunting. However, once the ammunition was depleted, they became useless. We did not discard of them, but simply stockpiled them in another room here in the catacombs. Isaac's answer had satisfied Matthew's curiosity, and he followed towards the doorway. The two worked their way back up, and joined the others at the main entrance of the catacombs. In total there were 7 men in the hunting party. This included Matthew himself, along with the leader Benjamin, the archer Isaac, and the heavy swordsman Carl. Kurt also joined the party wielding his knightly sword. 2 more men that Matthew had not yet met made up the final components of the group. As Matthew noticed them, they spotted him as well and approached. Matthew quickly took notice of the fact that the 2 small-statured men were obviously twins. A tad bit on the shorter side, the assumed brothers made their way across the hall. They appeared to be of South American descent, They greeted Matthew with smiles and introduced themselves. "Glad to have you joining us on the hunt, Matthew. My name's Felix, and this is my brother Thomas." Matthew shook both of the brothers' hands and smiled in return. Felix had braids running through his hair, while Thomas kept his long black hair swooped back. The two both sported an impressive canvas of tattoos, depicting a range of tribal insignia and patterns. Benjamin approached the three men. "Felix and Thomas are very talented trappers. They have caught more rabbits than anyone in the catacombs. Hopefully their skills will be seen today. Our people depend on it." Benjamin then approached the entrance to the catacombs, which was sealed by the massive stone. On each side of it stood two men, with ropes in hand. "Open the gate." Benjamin gestured to the men, who began pulling the rope and stepping backwards. The hoist began to slowly roll the massive rock to the side. Soon the uphill pathway to the surface revealed itself to the hunting party. All the men collected their items and satchels, and one by one followed Benjamin through the entranceway. They began the steep climb up towards Hysteria's open world. Step after step, the hunters made quick work of the incline, reaching the very top within minutes. The glimmering colossal asteroid hovered just above their heads, with its hundreds of swirling blue lights flowing within it. When the men had all reached the leveled-out top of the tunnel, Benjamin gestured for them all to come to a stop. Before them was the large boulder that concealed the hole in the space rock. Benjamin approached it, and carefully climbed onto the side of it. He popped his head out over the edge of the boulder, and observed the surrounding area. He looked about for quite some time, before returning to the party. All the men were gathered before him. "Men, we are facing unprecedented events before us. Things will not remain the way they have for generations. Before the week is out, our way of life will be drastically altered. Whether it will be for the better, or for the worse remains to be seen. Some of you may believe that our fate is out of our hands, and decided by a grander vision. Some of you may believe that your fate is yours to decide. I say that regardless of what you believe, we all believe in the survival of our people. Despite being hunted by merciless beasts for centuries, we still remain. We have been stranded in a hostile world created by a being that despises our existence and loathes our free will. Yet we persist, as a beacon of hope, a constant reminder that good shall always conquer evil. Light will always shine through, even to the darkest of places. Hope will always survive, as will our people. Those people are the tinder of rebellion, and we are the spark. We must provide for our fire to grow among these lands, and one day thrive within them. Today will be the beginning of the end. The conclusion to our era of cowering from the darkness begins now. Let us supply our people with the fuel to spread our influence, and banish the darkness back from whence it came." The men all cheered and hoisted up their weaponry. The camaraderie among these men could be felt in the air. A genuine bond and brotherhood was easily apparent. Matthew watched as the men climbed over the boulder, and revealed themselves to wild lands of Hysteria. The brothers Thomas and Felix were first behind Benjamin, speaking to one another in their mother tongue. Following them was Kurt, the young plucky boy, eager to hunt. Beside him was Isaac, the seasoned warrior. Lastly was Carl, the boisterous chef, who wielded a massive stone hammer which rested within a holster on the man's wide back. He smiled and playfully smacked Matthew on the back, the force of which nearly knocked him over. The jolly giant laughed and spoke in his deep Irish voice. "Come along, Matty, I swear no harm will come of ya. Not with me around." Matthew believed Carl, quite sure that the man would have no issue defending himself and the rest of the party. After Carl climbed over the stone, Matthew followed. Though he had only been underground for a day, Matthew reveled in the fresh air. The catacombs were filled with a dense musky air that was less than preferable, which made the open lands a literal breath of fresh air. Once everyone had cleared the concealing stone, Benjamin rallied everyone together once more, for a pre-hunt talk. To assure success, I believe we should split our numbers into 2 parties. One group will scan the east ridge, while the other will observe the west. It will best for us all to venture upward some ways, so as not to position ourselves downwind. Once at our proper elevation, I say the teams shall be as follows. Thomas and Felix will set up their snares and traps along the obvious pathways of small game along the east. Carl the First would like for you to join him as extra protection, in the off chance of attack. I know there has been no known attacks in the meadows in a very long time, but things are changing rapidly, and we must adjust with these changes. Carl smiled at the brothers, and nodded at them as if to say that he had their backs. I will bring the brothers back safe and sound, you've got my word, Benji. Benjamin continued on with his plans for the hunt. The rest of us will travel west, where the deer tend to migrate during this time of the year. Carl, in the case of an altercation, do not hesitate to sound the carrigan. You did pack yours, correct? Carl nodded, and removed an ancient flute-looking object from his knapsack. The object was nearly a foot long, and was decorated by truly bizarre symbols. The body seemed to crafted from a foreign material, and had a long, sleek design. Matthew looked towards Benjamin with confusion. Carrigans are essentially whistles, and its sound when played will find itself to another carrigan. Their origin is unknown to us, though they have made for invaluable tools for our people. Now then, we shall meet back here before dusk. Be safe, and best of luck. As the 2 parties began to depart from one another, the brothers waved to Matthew. Carl nodded to the father, before speaking. Guess Benjamin will have to watch out for you. Don't fret though, you're in the best of hands, Matty. Matthew followed his party led by Benjamin, as they navigated around the outer perimeter of the colossal crashed asteroid. Its humming harmonized with the lively buzzing of the early morning glow of the meadow. Its blue grass gently danced as the calming winds whispered past Matthew. I'm not the only one who hears the whispers in the wind, right? Matthew asked, concerned that he may be losing his grip on reality. Kurt chuckled at Matthew's question, then Isaac explained. No, we all hear it. Is suppose we're just used to them. I personally find them to be quite comforting. I even whisper back to them sometimes. Matthew found himself quite intrigued by the mysterious whispers. What are they? Matthew wanted to know more about this peculiar world known as Hysteria. Isaac gave Matthew the answer he craved. They are the voices of the dead, more specifically those whose bodies have been stolen from them, and mutated into the Horde. You see, Matthew, when you are infected by the Horde's virus, your body dies, but your soul does not. It is instead removed from your corpse, and trapped in the sea of stranded souls. A horrid land far beyond the meadows, along the coastline of Hysteria. These expelled spirits are unable to move on to the next realm, and are kept shackled to this world by Amalgame's influence. Isaac's words filled Matthew with immense fear and empathy for those who had to face such a miserable existence. He realized just how alien and petrifying this place truly was. Why does Amalgama trap them here? Why not just let them die? Isaac paused for a moment, before responding to Matthew. Because the malevolent force grows and feeds from their anguish. It is simply in the nature of Amalgama to seek out that which is familiar to it. Its home is deep within the pain of the universe. Like a fish is drawn to water, these ensnared souls make for an endless source of fuel for Amalgama, allowing it to infinitely grow in power and influence. Matthew had heard enough about the subject, and fell silent. As the men marched on, the neighboring sun began to heat up the land. It illuminated the rigid white bark of the trees, and glowed upon its red leaves. Though the world was beyond bizarre, Matthew could not deny its beauty. He gazed up at the endless stars above, bewildered by the ability to see them and the blackness of space in the daytime. The party had finally reached the edge of the gigantic space rock, and now had an open meadow before them. Benjamin turned to address his group. We will travel inward another mile or so, then set up our spots. Without a word, they all agreed with a nod of the head. They journey into the wide meadow, which filled every direction of their vision. For nearly an hour they journeyed further inward. Benjamin and Isaac constantly scanned their surroundings, being sure to listen carefully for anything out of the ordinary. Matthew's legs began to tire from the constant walking, though he was careful to conceal his fatigue from the others. He did not want to come off as a burden to them, as he knew they would be the key to saving Anna. Kurt, who was walking behind Matthew, caught up to him. "I've yet to kill me a deer, but I got a good feeling about today. I gotta do it for my people." Matthew noticed Kurt's bow and marveled at its unique carvings. "I'm sure you'll make everybody proud, Kurt, especially using such a fine-looking bow." Matthew's comment caused the young man's face to light up. He swiftly removed his bow from over his shoulder and displayed it for Matthew's viewing. "You like it? I can't tell you how much time I've spent on it. I carve on it whenever I get bored." Matthew took delight in observing all of Kurt's imaginative creations. He then noticed 2 sets of initials carved into the bottom of the bow, with a heart etched around it. The first set of initials were the letters K and H. Matthew assumed that this must be Kurt's initials. The second set consisted of the letters C and L. Matthew smiled as he looked up at Kurt. "I see somebody's in love." The young man noticeably blushed as he averted his eyes from Matthew. "Yeah, that would be Christina. She's my world." Matthew recalled the name of Christina when he was introduced to Mary's daughters. Just as he made this realization, Benjamin spoke. "You better not hurt yourself on this trip like last time, Kurt. Amber would never let me hear the end of it." Benjamin's words made Kurt grin. Isaac decided to chime in. "Just think, Benjamin, one day you and Kurt will be brother-in-laws. Then he'll be your problem." Benjamin and Isaac laughed in unison, as Kurt rolled his eyes. As the men continued forward, the thick brush suddenly became open. Benjamin approached a nearby tree which sported a unique shape. It had a low hanging branch that stuck out at a straight angle. He stopped before the tree and brushed his hand across the bark, where a symbol had been carved. He turned to face the others. "We have arrived. Isaac, you and Kurt take the stand in that tree on the right just past the clearing. Matthew, you and I will take this one." Benjamin then approached the middle of the opening and removed a small sack from his pouch. He removed some powdery substance and sprinkled it about the area. After putting the sack back, Benjamin walked back towards his tree. He stopped next to Matthew and spoke. "The deer here love that stuff. It's a residue that grows on a local plant in the area." Isaac walked on towards his post, bow in hand. He skillfully inspected its parts, preparing for the hunt. Kurt followed in tow, mirroring Isaac's actions. Matthew looked back towards Benjamin, and was surprised to see that he had already climbed up into the stand, some 20 or so feet above the ground. He looked down at Matthew and gestured for him to come along. "It's easy, Matthew. Climb onto the low-hanging branch and then the rest of it is easy." Matthew sized up the so-called low-hanging branch, which still hovered some 5 feet off of the ground. As he prepared his ascent of the tree, Matthew glanced over at Isaac and Kurt, who were some 30 feet away on the other side of the clearing. He watched in amazement as the young spry man launched himself up the tree, with ease. "Give me a hand, son. I'm not as young as I used to be," Isaac said as he reached his hand up towards Kurt, who did the same. As their hands interlocked, Kurt hoisted his teacher up into the tree. Matthew turned his attention back towards his own tree. He pressed his chest against the low branch, and pressed down onto the top of it. After hoisting himself about 3 feet off of the ground, Matthew ran out of strength. After his failed attempt, Matthew could hear a muffled chuckle in the distance, then the sound of Isaac's voice. "Oh, you think that's funny, Kurt? Perhaps I'll tell Matthew about the time you felt out of your tree stand." Matthew grinned and looked over at Isaac, who held a thumbs up in the air towards him. Matthew approached the branch once more, and pressed down upon it with increased ambition. He launched up and over the branch, with his gut landing on it. He carefully lifted his legs upward and onto the branch, while steadying himself against the tree's trunk. "Attaboy, Matthew, you're a natural." Benjamin's empowering words could be heard from above. Matthew then carefully ascended his way up to the open tree stand. As he joined Benjamin at the top, who was also inspecting his bow, he was surprised by the stand's size. It was easily 6 feet across and about 4 feet wide, with 2 stumps placed in the center. Benjamin sat on the one, and patted his hand on the other, inviting Matthew. As Matthew sat down next to him, Benjamin turned back towards the tree's trunk. Leaning against it was a simplistic bow. Benjamin retrieved it and handed it to Matthew. "Have you ever shot a bow before?" Matthew nodded yes. "I actually took archery in high school, though the bows I used weren't quite so rugged." Benjamin smiled at Matthew. "Ah, good. Well, you'll have plenty of time to become familiar with it. Now we wait." Some miles past the edge of the meadows, laid the desolate swamp of the Horde herders. At the entrance of the Gothic fortress, Gaston was fastening his supplies to the side of his repulsive steed. It snarled and wagged its puss-riddled tongue about at Gaston, and its many eyes looked upon him with affection. Gaston used his mental connection to the beast to communicate to it. He looked upon it with a stern expression. The beast then withdrew its oozing tongue, and became quite still. Among Gaston's company were Dali and several other blue-faced and red-eyed warriors. They all did the same, and were securing their supplies to their own beasts. Dali stood next to Gaston, and sharpened his spear with a flat rock. As Gaston finished fastening his supplies, he turned to Dali and lightly punched him in the arm. Dali ceased his sharpening and looked to his master. With a stern but caring look in his face, Gaston spoke. "Let today be the day you prove your potential to Charnan. Show him what I already know, Dali. It is up to you to define your legacy. You possess the ability. Amalgama has truly gifted you." Dali showed no emotion on his face, though Gaston's words did mean something to the young warrior. However, he did not seek Charnan's approval. Deep down he only harbored resentment for the chieftain tyrant. He nodded to his master, though the young warrior wore a noticeable expression of doubt. "What is it that you know, master? What makes me so different? What is it that you can see that I cannot?" Gaston's normally hardened expression softened slightly, as he addressed his apprentice. "I see the future of our people. I see it as much now as I did the day I met you. When I saved you from the annihilation of your people, the human side of you is not a hindrance, but an advantage. I stood by and watched Charnan slaughter hundreds of half-bloods, but when I saw you I had to take a stand. Amalgama themselves spoke to me, and demanded that I save you from that fate. Charnan believes that half-bloods are a stain on our legacy, on the legacy of our Lord. Prove him wrong." The look of doubt had faded from Dali's face, and was replaced with a robust confidence. He smiled at his master with appreciation. "I will. Today I will find one of those rats, and I will not stop until they tell me where they are hiding. Then Charnan will have no choice but to acknowledge me. It is my destiny to bring the end of the mutineer scum, and allow our Lord to reign over the world." Gaston smirked at his ambitious underling, and placed his large calloused hand upon Dali's shoulder. "Amalgame's influence shall shine upon us today. We will show our gratitude by spilling mutineer blood. Now let us ride." Gaston mounted his revolting steed, as did Dali. Gaston kicked his beast in the side with force, which caused the cursed creature to yelp. It then began to trudge forward. "Open the gate." Gaston's haunting voice echoed off of the mountain's jagged walls. Several decrepit minions frantically began to pull at the chains, raising the gateway. As the large wooden blockade ascended, vile swamp water and pus began to fall from it. Soon the passage was open to Gaston and his men. One after the next, they departed from the fortress, out into the endless rotting swamplands. Gaston set his eyes north, where far off in the distance, he could see the faintest glimpse of the blue meadows. Dali and the 3 others waited behind their master, as corpses floated around them in the putrid waters. Then Gaston's gaze turned towards the south, towards the ever-darkening skies. Even further yonder, his bloodshot eyes peered at the malevolent beam flowing to earth. That was his Lord's essence. How he longed to be there, at light's end, to witness the coming of the new age. To see with his own eyes, the arrival amalgama. Then his sight returned to dead center. We ride to the meadows. His massive foot once again slammed into his steed, and set him off forward in a furious thrust. Dali and the others quickly followed suit. Their beasts viciously scurried through the thick pus-filled waters. The dark warriors rode towards the meadows, with savage intent. East of the catacombs, Felix and Thomas merrily high-fived one another, in celebration of yet another successful capture. In only a few hours, the brothers had managed to catch 3 rabbits. We always manage to outdo ourselves, Thomas. We might even break our record today. Felix spoke to his brother, as he removed the deceased heir from their snare trap. As he placed the dead rabbit in his large tote bag, Thomas wrapped his arm around his brother. Well, it's only because you make the best snares in all of Hysteria. You're a natural at it. As the brothers complimented each other, they were surprised by 2 massive arms that enveloped them. As these arms began to squeeze the brothers, they realized that they belonged to Carl. The hulking Irishman hugged the brothers and pulled them close. As they struggled to breath, Carl spoke from his barrel chest. "I love you boys. You always supply me with plenty of meat for my stews. I don't have the patience or coordination for those damn traps. I don't know what I'd do without ya." Finally, the jolly giant released his grip on the brothers, who felt an immense sigh of relief. As they caught their breath, Thomas spoke. "No problem, Carl. It's what we do best. Thank our parents for teaching us." Felix added his thoughts after his brother finished speaking. "It's all about thinking like a rabbit, where they would go, and making sure the snare is in the perfect spot." Carl smiled at the boys, as marveled at their proficiency for their craft. He felt appreciation for them, knowing just how much they provided for their people. "Well, just keep doing what you do best, boys. Our people thank you. I wonder how Benji and the others are making out." West of Carl and the brother, Benjamin and Matthew patiently waited in their tree stand. Across from them on the other side of the flat opening, Isaac and Kurt did the same. It had been a few hours since they had arrived, and they had yet to come in contact with any deer. Benjamin peeked over at Matthew to discover that the man had fallen asleep. His head was rested against the tree trunk, and his bow rested within the loose grip of his relaxed hand. Benjamin decided not to disturb Matthew, recognizing the internal strife he was likely combating. He thought about his unborn child, and could not bear to even imagine something happening to them. He felt empathy for Matthew, and decided to let him have his rest. Benjamin struggled with the immense weight he felt, thinking of all that was soon to occur. For most of his life, he had only known this world. He had come to learn and live within its structure and rules. It had become his home, no matter how horrid it could be at times. He could not fathom what was to come. Long ago he had settled on the belief that he would not live to see the day of the so-called prophecy child, nor did he even believe in it. Benjamin had become content with his life in the catacombs, and grew to love his life with his beautiful wife. He had lost any and all interest in returning to the other world long ago. In his mind, the arrival of the prophecy child inadvertently threatened his way of life. The fear that he had tucked deep into the back of his mind was now front and center. He had no clue what exactly could happen if the cosmic entity of his nightmares was to successfully arrive in Hysteria. But he knew that he and his people were not welcomed here, and that he had to do whatever it took to protect them. Benjamin felt responsible for his people, most notably his wife and child. Though he was only a man, Benjamin had always felt that some otherworldly force had chosen him to lead his people. Many would scoff at this idea, But Benjamin had always battled with a lingering instinct of destiny in his heart. Regardless if this sense was true or not, Benjamin would gladly lay down his life, if it meant the survival of his people. Benjamin heard the slightest sound of crackling grass, and snapped out of his deep thought. Across the opening, Benjamin could see Isaac with his finger raised to his lips in a shushing gesture. Then his eyes shifted downward, as did his pointer finger. Benjamin followed Isaac's point, to discover a large buck tentatively ease its way into the meadow's open field. The sun broke through the trees, which illuminated the opening with a golden hue, which shimmered off of the blue grass. The stoic creature carefully moved forward, hesitant with each and every step. As it slowly approached the middle of the opening, Benjamin looked to Isaac. Being the more seasoned hunter, Benjamin would often defer to Isaac's judgment. Isaac held up his fist, which was code between the mean to communicate waiting. Isaac was informing Benjamin to hold and not act yet. Isaac's other arm reached back and crossed over Kurt's chest. The young man watched over the deer with overwhelming intrigue. His eyes were wide open, and his sweaty palms gripped his bow tight. Isaac did not want the ambitious boy to alert the deer to their existence. He carefully turned his head towards Kurt, and performed the same shushing motion. Kurt nodded his head in understanding. The minuscule sound of flattening grass from beneath the buck's feet was the only sound the men could hear, as they patiently observed the animal. Finally, the timid animal reached the center of the opening, where Benjamin had sprinkled the alluring residue. The deer took one last scan of the area, before lowering its head to indulge in the enticing substance. Benjamin expected Isaac to take the shot, as he had countless times before. His precision was legendary, and his accuracy was beyond impressive. Benjamin knew that when it came to hunting, Isaac stood alone at the top of the mountain. To Benjamin's surprise, however, he watched as Isaac pointed to Kurt. The young man gave his mentor a look of shock. The surprised expression quickly shifted into one of excitement. Isaac raised his thumb as he looked at Kurt, then pointed towards the oblivious buck below. Kurt smiled at Isaac, then gave the very same thumbs up. He then quietly and carefully leaned forward, and raised his bow. His eyes were locked on the easily startled creature below. As the deer continued to graze, Kurt now had both of his hands secured around the bow. His right hand began to raise, gently reaching backwards. His fingers grazed the quicker upon his back, which held his supply of arrows. The tips of his fingers felt the shaft of an arrow, and wrapped around it. As Kurt began to pull the long narrow object from the quiver, Isaac's arm reached across him. Kurt froze, and looked towards the experienced hunter. Isaac did not look at Kurt, but at the timid creature in the center of the opening. The deer had raised its head from the forest floor, and was now looking about with a paranoid expression. Benjamin witnessed the scene from the other side of the flat patch, and began to hold his breath. The tension could be cut with a knife, as the men all remained in a state of motionless anxiety. They knew that just the slightest sound could spook their only meal ticket thus far for the day. Hours of waiting could go to waste in an instant. Then in the eerie silence, Benjamin could hear the slightest sound of movement beside him. He looked out the edge of his eye, and saw that Matthew's face had become somewhat animate. This led Benjamin to believe that the sleeping man may be returning to consciousness imminently. The timing could not be any more unfortunate, as the tipped-off buck remained in a frozen state of concern. Its eyes shifted about, as the desperate men all attempted to compose themselves. To add to Benjamin's woe, Matthew's shoulder began to raise, and his head rolled to the side. His breathing increased in volume, and Benjamin thought their cover was surely about to be blown. He so very carefully leaned towards Matthew, with his hand stretched out towards the sleeping man. Inch after inch, Benjamin prayed that his movement would not alert the deer, nor would Matthew abruptly come to. As his hand was but mere inches from Matthew's face, Benjamin watched as his eyelids slowly began to raise. At the moment that their eyes locked, Benjamin lurched forward, and pressed his hand over Matthew's mouth. With his other head, Benjamin silently gestured for Matthew to be quiet. Matthew looked quite puzzled in the moment, but obliged. Benjamin then took his hand that he had just gestured with, and pointed it downward towards the meadow floor. Matthew followed his pointing finger, and discovered the suspicious deer. Matthew then looked back at Benjamin and inferred that he understood the situation. With that, Benjamin slowly retracted his hand from Matthew's face. Then, after what felt like an eternity of sustained tension, the deer broke its defenses, and returned to the treat beneath it. The men all simultaneously felt a sense of relief, and felt fortunate that their supply of meat had not ran off. Matthew and Benjamin then watched as Kurt continued his removal of his arrow. The young man successfully handled the arrow to his front, and nocked the arrow. The clueless buck continued to enjoy its false sense of safety, as Kurt slowly rose to his feet. As he stood, Kurt steadily began to draw back the bowstring. The tension and force in Kurt's hand grew, until he reached its maximum retraction. A moment of stillness followed, as the men all watched in anticipation. The deer unknowingly fed on its final moments, as Kurt released his hold. The arrow zipped from his bow with immense velocity. The sound of it cutting through the air rang out, but only for a fraction of a second. The powerful projectile came to an abrupt end, as it perfectly landed in the dead center of the buck's sternum. The men watched as the deer ceased all movement. An unbearably tense moment rose as the massive animal became completely still. Then the beautiful beast collapsed to the ground below, never even knowing what hit it. "That's how you do it," Kurt shouted out with tremendous enthusiasm. The exhilarated man held his bow up above his head, with a smile across his face. Isaac shared in the young man's excitement, as he patted Kurt on the back. "That was a great shot, kid. You've just fed a lot of people." Isaac praised the young man with a look of pride in his eyes. Kurt smiled back at his elder, as his hand lowered. "Hey, I learned from the best." Kurt gave a nod of acknowledgement to Isaac, as he slung his bow back over his shoulder. As Kurt began to walk past his mentor, Isaac stopped the young man by placing his hand in front of him. Isaac placed his hand on Kurt's shoulder. "Your father would be proud of you, Kurt. I know I am." The young man struggled to hold back his emotions, having felt the weight of Isaac's words. Kurt knew if he had spoken, that his feelings would break through. So he instead chose to simply smile. "Let's go load him up." The hunted. Isaac retracted his hand and allowed Kurt to pass by. He followed him to the end of the tree stand. Kurt skillfully climbed down and out of the tree, smoothly landing feet first. Isaac followed, a tad bit slower than Kurt. As Kurt turned towards the open meadow, he saw Benjamin in the opposing tree stand, with his thumb held up. Kurt felt such a sense of pride in this moment, feeling like he finally belonged among these men that he held in high regard. He always yearned to prove his worth, and demonstrate that he could pull his own weight. In his mind, Kurt believed that with this kill, he had asserted himself as a provider for his people. Kurt then turned his attention towards his prize in the middle of the field. The sun's rays glowed upon the deer's motionless body and glimmered on the shaft of Kurt's arrow. An undeniable smirk could be seen on the young man's face as he approached the downed buck. As he closed in on the deer, Kurt could hear the sound of frantic shuffling through the grass behind him. Before he could turn to see what had caused the sound, Kurt heard Isaac shout, "Get down!" Then Kurt felt the powerful force of Isaac's body crashing into his, sending him down to the blue grass beneath. As he collided with the forest floor, Kurt could hear the sound of something cutting through the air above his head. This sound was accompanied by the force of wind hurling past his face. The instant action was culminated by a forceful and piercing thud behind them. As soon as he could, Kurt looked to identify the source of the commotion. Inserted deep into the very tree he had just climbed out moments ago was a 6-foot-long spear. This hazardous weapon of battle was accompanied by dozens of sharp serrations down the shaft. This spear was not a tool of Kurt's people, but the token weapon of the horde herders. Kurt frantically hopped to his feet, to see Isaac had already done the same with his bow in hand, with a bow pulled back. Kurt swiftly removed his bow, and as he began to retrieve an arrow, he could hear the alarming sound of rustling bushes from across the meadow. From the dense forest emerged a deplorable beast of unimaginable mutation. The revolting creature made a mad dash for Kurt and Isaac. Its contorted limbs clawed the ground beneath as it galloped with an unsettling gait. Its loose skin flapped all about, sending pink pus in all directions. The beast's many eyes were filled with unfiltered fury. Before Kurt could even load his arrow, Isaac released his. Isaac's bow soared across the meadow, and sunk itself deep into the left side of the nightmarish ghoul's throat. Purple blood began to spew out of the beast's neck, painting the blue grass. Though the possessed cretin did not slow its pursuit, and continued its frantic sprint. As Isaac swiftly retrieved another arrow, Kurt had just finished drawing his. The massive tension behind his shot was expelled, throttling Kurt's arrow on a direct path towards the approaching monster. His arrow impacted with the creature's front right leg. This collision caused the beast's leg to buckle beneath, temporarily slowing its enraged motion. Kurt had purposely targeted its limbs, as the creature had closed the gap between them at an alarming speed. He feared that Isaac may not have had enough time to draw back another arrow. As the beast recovered from its stumble, it quickly returned to its previous momentum. As it closed in at no less than 10 feet from the two men, Isaac had his next shot fully drawn back and ready. Though before he could release his second shot, the mindless monstrosity suddenly plummeted to the ground face first. As it violently tumbled in front of them, Isaac spotted an arrow thoroughly thrust into the temporal section of the beast's skull. Its tumbling body approached them with terrifying velocity. Isaac and Kurt simultaneously leapt out of the creature's path. Its now lifeless body finally ceased its violent flailing and came to a rest. As he caught his breath, Isaac looked towards Benjamin, who held his bow in hand from atop his tree stand. It became clear that he had dealt the killing blow to the attacking monstrosity. Kurt looked towards the now motionless creature, with a look of disgust. This was the first time that the young man had ever laid his eyes upon a member of the horde. "Oh my God, that is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen." As he spoke, Kurt's eyes suddenly squinted as he waved at the air around him. "And it smells even worse. Jesus Christ, that's fucking terrible." As Kurt turned away from the beast's horrid stench, Isaac yelled. "Kurt, eyes forward." The young man refocused himself towards the bushes across the field. Isaac and Benjamin did the same, with arrows drawn back at the ready. Matthew then retrieved his bow and did the same. With 4 loaded bows pointed in the very same direction, the men all waited with immense tension in the air. Then, after a moment of silence, the familiar sound of rustling bushes returned, but it came from behind them. The 4 men all urgently shifted their focus and aim behind them. They all held their gaze, awaiting the emergence of their next threat. To the chagrin of the men, the sound of rustling bushes then emanated from the left, while continuing from in front of them. Benjamin and Matthew shifted their aim to the left side of the field, while Isaac and Kurt maintained their focus in front of them. Their situation grew more dire as the terrifying clatter then started from the right, and was quickly added by a shuffling from behind. Within moments, the sound of rustling bushes surrounded the 4 men on all sides. Anxiety filled their hearts, as it became clear that they were likely outnumbered. As they anticipated an ambush on all sides, Isaac Benjamin shouted across the meadow. "Isaac straight, Kurt right." Benjamin then frantically released the tension behind his arrow, and sunk his hand into his knapsack. Matthew panicked as the haunting sound grew in volume from all around. After searching through his bag, Benjamin removed his hand, holding the carrigan. Benjamin locked eyes with Matthew as he tossed the enchanted flute towards him. As Matthew caught the carrigan, Benjamin had already drawn back his bow with it aimed to the left side of the field. "Blow it to the east, Matthew. Now." Matthew did not hesitate, and pressed the flute-like object to his lips. He aimed the carrigan in the direction that Benjamin pointed. Then, with all of the air in his lungs, Matthew blew into the enchanted instrument. A haunting tune flowed from the carrigan's endpiece and out into the meadows. The sound resembled that of a flute, but possessed an ethereal ring to it, as if it were otherworldly. Matthew watched in amazement, as the sound seemed to take a translucent form. He could see what appeared to be an outline of the sound, that flowed away. Matthew's eyes could not believe what they were seeing, as the leaves of the tree tops parted to the sides to allow the carrigan's tune to pass by unperturbed. The melodic anomaly vanished into the dense trees and out of Matthew's sight. He then snapped back to the urgent situation at hand, as the sound of approaching threats looming all about grew louder and more intense. Matthew redrew his bow, pointing it to the south. His heart felt as if it were doing flips within his chest, as overwhelming panic set in. Then all at once the sound ceased entirely. A moment of unsettling silence. Then all around the four men, the bushes began to part. On all sides, repulsive beasts revealed themselves from the forest's edge. Atop the disgusting creatures were the blue-faced horde herders riding forward. There were 4 in total, all looking equally as fierce with jagged spears in hand. With menacing expressions, the men stopped their steeds as the beginning of the opening. As their beasts snarled and displayed their teeth, the 4 men stood their ground. Kurt and Isaac were in the more perilous position, being eye to eye with the abhorrent monsters, while Matthew and Benjamin aimed downward from above. Isaac and Kurt stood back to back, arrows drawn as 2 of the riders stood parallel to them. In front of them to the north, with a sinister smile upon his face, was the young warrior known as Dali. He looked upon Kurt and Isaac, and sized them up, noticing that their attention was occupied with the 3 other riders. He glanced over at the recently slain horde to his side. He noticed the accuracy of their arrows' placement, but knew in his mind that he could do better. He then looked up at Benjamin atop the tree stand, who was staring straight back at him, with Dali directly in his sights. Benjamin held the same fury in his stare, but had no smirk to speak of. A long tense standoff pursued as nobody dared to make a move, and spark an all-out war in the open field, devoid of any cover. Then a voice cascaded across the field. Its deep tone demanded the attention of all in the vicinity. "At last, we have found the mutineers." Then the voice emerged from the shadows, revealing the captain known as Gastoon. The large stoic figure entered the field from the east, just below where Matthew stood in his tree stand. Atop his demonic steed, and massive spear in hand, Gastoon confidently rode into the center of the meadow. As his ride came to a stop, Gastoon took the time to stare at each and every one of the 4 men. He looked upon Benjamin last, to see his arrow was now pointing at his head. Then the mutated warrior dismounted from his steed, and walked in front of it, now standing in the direct center of the field. He then tilted the head of his spear towards the ground, and fiercely stabbed it into the ground below. The nearly 7-foot-tall brute then addressed his audience. "For generations, your kind have concealed themselves in the shadows of this forest, cowering in fear from the truth, knowing that justice would find you someday. You have done so in direct defiance of our Lord, but the time for hiding is done, for you have stood in the way of fate, as heretics to destiny. Your blasphemy shall be silenced, and your immoral flame of rebellion will be snuffed out today." With his bow still drawn with Gastoon in his sights, Benjamin interjected, "We are not heretics, we are innocent human beings. You are not warriors of a noble cause, you are tyrants fueling a genocide. Your minds have been poisoned, and because of this you are incapable of seeing the truth. Your so-called Lord is a cancerous evil that cares not for you, but only for its own greed. Its influence has. Gaston loudly interrupted Benjamin with fury in his voice. Silence your lies. Do not dare taint the purity of the Grand One with your filthy deceptions. They will not work on us, for we are the chosen ones. Chosen to bask in its glory, and gain eternal life. The day of emergence grows near, and any threat to the new era must be eradicated. However, our cosmic creator is not hateful, but merely asks for your allegiance. Now I will say this once, and only once. Out of the kindness of our Lord, I shall offer you mutineers the path of redemption. Show us where your kind dwell, come with us peacefully, and allow our might chieftain to pass judgment upon you. If he finds you worthy, you will be bestowed the gift of witnessing the dawn of the new era. If he does not find you worthy, then you will die being forgiven of your defiance. Isaac could not hold back his tongue, as the mere mentioning of Charnan filled the aged man with rage. It will be I who passes judgment upon Charnan, in the form of an arrow going through his head. Dali began to chuckle in response to Isaac's words. He then pointed at his blue finger at Isaac, while continuing to laugh. This old man actually believes that he could kill Charnan. You could not defeat a child, let alone the mighty chieftain, you pathetic old scum. Isaac swiftly shifted his weight and aimed towards Dali. The two locked eyes, neither willing to break. I'll teach you a thing or two, kid. Isaac spoke with no sign of fear, with his arrow drawn back to the maximum. Gaston attempted to regain control of the situation. Enough, mutineers, you will show us where your kind has been hiding, and then you shall have judgment passed upon you. Or, I promise on Amalgama that I will personally slay every last one of you. Your wives, your children, your elders. I will annihilate any and every last trace of your existence. I will burn down the entire meadow if I must. Know in your hateful hearts that I will not stop until your kind has been completely obliterated. Wiped from the earth like the stain that you are. The maddened behemoth fell silent, and allowed his words to settle into the men's minds before concluding his point. So what shall it be then? Forgiveness, or annihilation? Gaston looked up at Benjamin, who slowly released the pull behind his arrow. As the tension behind it reduced, so too did Benjamin. His hand fell to his side, with his bow within its grasp. The man inhaled deeply, then as he exhaled he addressed the foe before him. To bend the knee to evil, is to forfeit hope. Your cause is nothing more than a storm cloud. Intimidating though it may be, soon it will pass by to reveal a blue sky once more. We have weathered the storm for generations, and we will not become lost in its darkness as you have. It is not us who requires forgiveness, but it is you who so badly needs the light. It seems that you have been devoid of hope for so long, that you have come to loathe it. You treat as a myth, for the very way you interpret reality has been altered by this dark influence. You meet any sign of hope with hostility, because you fear it. The realization that you have been led astray terrifies you. The guilt of facing the unforgivable things you have done in the name of your false idol would consume you from within if you were to accept hope into your heart again. So you not only turn your back on it, but actively yearn to dismantle it. So the real question for you is this: will you continue down this descent into madness that only produces pain for all who come across it, or will you break through the veil that has clouded you for so long? It is not too late, the light will accept you again. Kurt noticed that Dali's resentful and pain-filled expression began to lessen as Benjamin's words continued. Kurt could see a spark of humanity in the young warrior. Though as Dali noticed Kurt looking at him, he retained the irate and disgusted appearance from before. Gaston's expression, however, showed no change at all. He looked at Benjamin as if he were nothing more than a shady salesman. The large captain began to shake his head and looked down at the ground, seemingly disappointed by Benjamin's words. As his fingers began to grasp at his spear, Gaston responded. You have a clever tongue, I will give you that. I can see that you have put it to good use, manipulating these poor souls around you. The snake will gladly lead others astray, so long as it gets what it wants. I see through your guise, to the true manipulative core within you, miscreant. And I pity all who are not wise enough to see it. For they have been convinced that they are on the right side of history. It is unfortunate, but their fate shall be the same as yours. Prepare to meet the consequences of denying the truth. Men, at my command. Gaston raised his massive hand up in the air, fully open. His other grasped upon his spear, which remained implanted in the earth. Looking quite discouraged, Benjamin swiftly redrew his arrow. The tension reached a boiling point as all parties awaited the moment that Gaston decided this altercation would commence. Bows raised, arrows drawn, spears aimed, and sharp teeth were displayed. Then, when the tension could grow no more, a burst of sound and energy exploded into the arena. From the east emerged Karl with his massive axe in hand. Right behind him were the twin brothers Felix and Thomas. With swords in hand, they flanked Karl as he furiously sprinted towards his newly discovered enemies. The warrior directly across from Isaac noticed the commotion and jumped into action. He viciously whipped the reins connected to his beast, sending it into a hysterical frenzy. He directed the infuriated creature in the direction of the approaching attackers. With the utmost intensity, the foul monstrosity sprinted towards Karl and the brothers. As its gnarly claws dug into the ground, Karl and the brothers matched its pace. They bellowed out a war cry that echoed upon the land. The drooling beast responded with its one blood-curdling howl, as its loose skin violently flapped in the wind. As the two warring parties closed the distance between one another, the warrior atop the puss-riddled beast reared back the spear in his hand. Its serrated edge shimmered from the sun above, thirsty for blood. As his arm reached its maximum retraction, the warrior sent it forward with the utmost thrust. As his hand reached its top velocity, he released the spear in its grasp. The deadly projectile flew from his fingers with immense force, and soared towards Karl's large head. The powerful Irishman watched as the spear approached and took immediate action. As the distance between he and the javelin quickly dissipated, Karl arched back his grand axe with but one hand. Then the powerhouse swung his weapon of choice forward, just as the spear closed in on his flesh. In a perfect scenario of timing, Karl's axe blade collided with the edge of the warrior's spear. The force behind Karl's swing and the warrior's throw created an awesome clash of energy. As the soaring lance was flanked by Karl's broad axe, its form could not hold up to the energy. Its form was overwhelmed by the power of Karl's powerful swing. The impact set the spear off course, and away from Karl's head. As its point's trajectory changed, its shaft shattered from the force. Shards of wood rained through the air, as Karl and the brothers ran head-first past it. Seeing his spear's failure, the warrior retrieved a gnarly-looking blade from his side. The demented sword curved, and showed obvious signs of age and wear. Chunks of metal seemed to missing from its edge, creating a very jagged appearance. The warrior screamed in sync with his beast as he sprinted forward. With only mere feet between the two parties, Felix and Thomas came to an instant stop. Felix held in his hands a bundle of rope, which he tossed an end to his brother. As the brothers did this, Karl continually marched forward. As he did so, he once again arched back his recently sharpened axe. His eyes locked with the many optic vessels of the approaching horror. Its puss-riddled exterior drove itself forward, mindlessly obeying its master above. With only 10 feet between Karl and the riding fury, he suddenly dropped down to his knees. His momentum carried him forward, sliding along the dewy blue grass. The warrior witnessed the Irishman's abrupt change in position, but had no time to react. Karl's trajectory was set slightly to the left of the beast's. As the distance between them reached zero, Karl swung his axe with all of his strength. His body just barely cleared the immense force of the creature, as the swing of his axe came through. Its wide blade collided with the beast's oncoming legs, slicing into its flesh. With the combined force of the beast's own momentum and Karl's dominant swing, the axe's blade crushed the creature's bone upon impact. The beasts from limbs came to a complete stop as they were severed by the sharp blade, though the monster's upper body continued with its forward momentum. This caused the head of the beast to be violently flung downward towards the forest floor. As this all took place, Felix and Thomas had pulled the rope between them to a taut point. It stood pulled to the utmost tightness between the two. As the beast's head continued downward, the centripetal force caused the warrior on its back to be thrown forward. As he was helplessly flung into the air, the red-eyed cretin lost his grip on his blade. Meanwhile, Karl continued to slide forward, as the swing of his axe managed to completely cut through the beast's limbs. Its front legs had now become separated from its body, and flew independently. Disgusting purple blood spewed all around, painting all in its path. The badly wounded abomination's head slammed into the ground with the utmost violence. Simultaneously, the airborne warrior flew forward and saw an approaching rope. He was helpless to save himself, as Thomas and Felix awaited his arrival. With the entire scenario playing out in mere seconds, the warrior did not even have time to raise his hands up in defense. The brothers adjusted for the warrior's trajectory by raising the rope up and angling it. After doing so, their tight rope lined up perfectly with the miscreant's head. Then the moment of collision had arrived. The brothers' deadly rope clothes lined the warrior's throat in mid-air. His body violently jerked in the air, as his forward momentum had come to an abrupt stop. His legs swung upward, as his head plummeted downward. As his rear extremities continued to climb, his skull became parallel with the ground. The very last thing the warrior could see were his feet directly above him, as he landed directly on the top of his head. A gruesome snapping sound could be heard, as his body was contorted by the uncompromising force of gravity. As his now lifeless body came to a rest, Thomas threw his end of the rope back to his brother. At the same time, Karl's slide had used up its momentum, as the large man hopped back to his feet with his axe ready. Gaston, along with everyone else, had watched this symphony of violence play out beside them. Benjamin noticed that Gaston's attention was still directed towards his befallen ally. Benjamin did not hesitate, and intended on seizing this opportunity. He lined his drawn-back bow, with arrow loaded, towards Gaston. With his large head in sights, Benjamin took an extra moment to make certain of his accuracy. With the maximum force behind his arrow, Benjamin released it upon the unknowing captain. As Benjamin's arrow began its soaring journey, the sound of air being sliced could be heard by a keen ear. This keen ear was owned by Gaston. Out of nothing more than instinct and a long history of warfare, Gaston swiftly burst into action. In his right hand was his massive spear. The giant elevated his hand with lightning speed, far greater than what your average human being was capable of. As the precisely aimed arrow descended with lightning-fast velocity, Gaston began to rotate his core at the same speed. The razor-sharp arrow soared towards Gaston's head. Benjamin watched from his perch, as the scene before him almost seemed to play out in slow motion. He watched with great interest, hoping to eliminate the potential giant threat to his people. He knew not the man, but felt the sincerity and conviction behind his words. A man with such immense passion and the power to pursue them was a danger to all life. Gaston continued to contort himself towards the approaching threat, as his spear had now elevated to the height of his shoulder. Then, with nothing more than milliseconds left to spare, the head of Gaston's spear managed to intercept the looming arrow. The swift reaction of Gaston, which took a fraction of a second, left Benjamin astonished. He watched from above as his arrow was flung far out of sight. Benjamin now had a firm understanding of this man's potential, as he had put every ounce of his power into that shot. Though it was not quite enough to catch the colossal figure off guard. Now before him was a thoroughly agitated Gaston, glaring with his fiery red eyes. Then the cold and calculated warrior shook his head no, further informing Benjamin of his failure. Then in a fraction of a second, Gaston raised his arm and spear up into a throwing gesture. As he stepped forward with his left foot, Gaston furiously propelled his heavily scarred right arm forward and upward. In only a flash, Benjamin watched as a 6-foot spear soared upward. Though this javelin did not fly high enough to impale Benjamin or Matthew, but hovered around 5 feet lower. The reason quickly became clear to Benjamin, as the ascending weapon crashed into the base of the tree stand. Upon impact, the crucial support beam holding up the entire structure was obliterated. As splinters of the now disintegrated wood exploded outward, the structural integrity of the tree stand crumbled. The floor beneath Matthew and Benjamin collapsed, sending the 2 men plummeting down towards the hard forest floor. As the now defunct tree stand's floor crashed onto the ground, so too did the 2 men on top of it. Their bodies violently smashed and rolled before eventually coming to a stop. Both Benjamin and Matthew laid there motionless, feeling quite concussed and disoriented from their fall. Across the field, both Isaac and Kurt swiftly released their drawn bows at the horde-riding warriors across from them. Kurt's shot was barely dodged by the rider, who kicked his steed into action. Meanwhile, Isaac's much quicker shot managed to lodge itself into the other rider's skull. The impact caused the warrior's head to snap backward, then dangle behind his body. The momentum carried through, causing the now deceased miscreant's body to lifelessly slide off of its steed. The rabid horde was still very much alive, however, and snarled before charging towards Isaac. Some 15 feet away, Darley prepared his spear, and aligned it with Isaac's skull. As he prepared to send a death blow to the elder archer, a projectile smashed into his eye. As Darley recovered from the collision, he discovered that it was a rock slingshot at him from Thomas. As soon as he made this discovery, yet another baseball-sized stone hurtled towards him. This one, however, was shot by Felix. The rock collided with Darley's cheek, which enraged the young warrior. In front of Darley, Isaac sized up the sprinting beast coming towards him. As the abomination approached, Isaac ran towards it with bow in hand. As the 2 intersecting forces met, Isaac shifted out of its direct path. He climbed upon the side of the creature, and quickly mantled onto its back. The enraged monster became aware of this, and began to violently thrash about. Isaac struggled to keep his balance, and remain atop the beast. He had to act fast if he did not wish to be flung onto the hard ground. Meanwhile, Kurt had his own approaching horde to contend with, this one being drove by a warrior on top. The warrior lined up for a shot, and flung his spear towards the young archer. Kurt waited for the right moment, and successfully leaned back, moving his right shoulder just out of the spear's path. Then, as the blue-faced imbecile realized that his shot had missed, he angrily kicked his horde into full gear. Kurt prepared for the massive ornery animal approaching. As its heavy feet awkwardly galloped forward, they created a loud thumping sound. With only mere feet between them, Kurt initiated a rolling maneuver to his left. The large beast missed Kurt's body by only inches, as it blindly continued to sprint forward. With its attention locked on Kurt, the horde did not notice its fellow beast in front of it, with Isaac on its back. With no time to cease its momentum, the monster crashed into its compatriot with unbelievable force. This kinetic energy sent its rider up and over his steed's head. At the same instant, the horde with Isaac aboard was sent upward from the impact. The beast stood back onto its hind legs, elevating its front legs up into the air. Isaac felt himself begin to slide backwards, and acted quickly to counteract it. He swiftly looped the opening of his bow over the beast's head, and resting it around its throat. As he lost his grasp on the beast's back, Isaac held on with his hands tightly grasping the handle of his bow. The warrior from the other horde found himself hanging on to the very same beast as Isaac. As the warrior held onto the thrashing horde's head, Kurt had managed to return to his feet. He glanced over to see Karl and the brothers sprinting towards Dali, who had his spear in hand and was about to rear it back for an attack. He then looked to his mentor Isaac, who was currently in a very precarious situation. Both parties were in need of immediate assistance, but the young man only had time to assist one. Kurt quickly calculated the risk of the moment, and worried that Karl may not be able to dodge Dali's spear from such a close distance. Kurt made the decision to intercept Dali's attack before he could potentially mortally wound either Karl of the brothers. He quickly retrieved a bow and drew it back. Without hesitation or even an extra moment to line up his shot, Kurt sent his arrow flying across the field. He watched with bated breath as his arrow approached the unknowing Dali. As the furious warrior began the throw of his spear, the movement was interrupted. Kurt's arrow pierced into Dali's right bicep, ceasing the momentum behind throw. As Dali became aware of the impact, he looked down in horror to see that the arrow had punctured through his arm, and was sticking out from the other side. Dali howled in agony as the pain from his impaled bicep became readily apparent. The wounded warrior slumped off of the side of his horde rider, and disappeared behind its horrid form. Within Dali's spear currently out of the picture, Kurt began to turn his attention back towards the battle surrounding him. The young man did this a tad too late, however, as the recently orphaned beast had recovered from its collision with its brother. As Kurt managed to align the beast within his sight once more, he quickly realized the severe situation he had now found himself in. The abandoned horde was in mid-charge towards Kurt, who had no time to react. He instead took the fraction of a second he had before the imminent impact to prepare for it. Kurt instinctively flashed his arms upward to shield his face. The hulking monster bashed its skull into the middle of Kurt's body with the utmost fury. The impact instantly knocked all of the oxygen out from Kurt's lungs, as his body was flung backwards. To the injured archer, it felt as if he were flying through the air forever. He could see flashes of the sun peeking through the trees from above, as he continually floated through the open meadow. The oddly peaceful moment was rudely interrupted by the abrupt impact of his body upon the ground. On the opposing side of the field, Gaston stood with a menacing essence, as he gazed upon the wounded gentleman before him. Benjamin shook off the daze in his eyes, and pulled himself up from the wreckage around him. He then looked down at Matthew, whose eyes were glazed over and wandering aimlessly. Benjamin could tell that Matthew had suffered a concussion from the sudden drop. Benjamin shook the rattled man beneath him, attempting to shake him out of his stupor. "Matthew, come on, wake up." Benjamin's shouting seemed to have a minor effect on Matthew's well-being, as his sporadic eye movement ceased, and his pupils seemed to focus. Though despite his improved state, Benjamin could tell that he was still quite out of it. Benjamin reared his open hand back and slapped Matthew across the cheek. The impact snapped Matthew back into reality as he looked up at Benjamin with a concerned expression. "You okay, Matthew? You need to get up." Benjamin's words to Matthew were interrupted by the awaiting captain. "Leave your friend mutineer. I want to see what you're capable of." With a sickening smirk, Gaston reached down and slowly revealed his blade. The sound of its rusted curved metal rubbing against its leather sheath. The blade was covered in jagged defects and rust spots, making it look meaner than your typical sword. Benjamin looked upon his enemy, and felt the slightest sense of intimidation. Benjamin had never faced a skilled opponent of such mass, though in his heart, Benjamin knew that his form and training would lead him to victory. Matthew attempted to sit up, but was stopped by Benjamin's calm hand. "It's okay, Matthew, rest. I've got this." The wounded man cautiously rested his head back down on the forest floor. Benjamin did not take his eyes off of Gaston as he swiftly removed his sword. The beautiful blade shined of purity and the highest craftsmanship. As his two hands clasped its hilt, Benjamin and his sword stepped forward. Gaston needed but one of his grand hands to grasp his blade, as he too stepped forward. Benjamin's mind remained calm and steady as he closed the gap between himself and his adversary. He simply refused to let the intimidation affect his ability, and focused on the larger goal at play. The hulking man before him was nothing more than an obstacle between his people and their survival. This made Benjamin's thought simple: he must remove this threat if his people were to live on into the future. Gaston viewed Benjamin as nothing more than another overly confident soldier of the rebellious mutineers, whose sole purpose was to thwart the destiny of his lord. To Gaston, Benjamin and all the other survivors were a threat and an evil that existed to interfere with his destiny. In Gaston's heart, he felt it was his duty, nay his purpose, to remove any trace of these heretics. Once he had achieved his goal, Gaston believed that his lord was reward his efforts with the gift of eternal life. Despite their differences, the two opposing forces could agree on one thing. The mutual understanding was that there was no negotiation that could be reached. One side simply needed to be annihilated. With a guttural bellow from his chest, Benjamin charged towards Gaston. The fury-filled man swung his sword in a downward motion, which was met by Gaston's mettle. The brolic captain merely raised his hand and blade into the path of Benjamin's approaching swing. He did not put any actual effort or power into the defense. As Gaston felt the full potential of Benjamin's swing, he was admittedly impressed by the man's power. Though he was still merely a man, and Gaston knew the limits of the human being could not compare to his superior genetics, Gaston decided in this moment that he would figuratively play with his food, before disposing of it. Benjamin noticed that despite his full effort, his powerful swing did not cause Gaston's posture to shift in the slightest. The hard-trained and dedicated soldier was stunned by this outcome. His expression of bewilderment was easy for Gaston to see. Benjamin shook himself loose of the doubt, and determined the lack of effectiveness to be a fluke. He then retracted his blade and swiftly swung once more, this time coming in lower and directed towards Gaston's large rib cage. Though despite his speed, his mountainous opponent managed to deflect his second shot with ease once again. Benjamin did not pause after his second blow like the first, and immediately posed for another blow. He was not going to allow doubt to cloud his mind in the moment of battle. This time he reared the blade up and over his head, then sent it down with all of his strength. His approaching blade was aimed at his adversary's chest region. His blade flew through the air with immaculate speed and precision. Though despite Benjamin's endless hours of training and discipline, his strike was intercepted once again. Gaston's movement seemed almost instant to Benjamin. Within a flash, the Titan would go from standing motionless to blocking instantaneously. Benjamin looked on at his enemy with disdain, as he powerlessly tried to push against his jagged blade. Gaston looked down at Benjamin with equal contempt. This time the tall warrior would not simply block, but decided to give his opponent a little nudge. With little force, Gaston pushed back at Benjamin's forceful blade. This small effort from the giant figure sent Benjamin stumbling back some 10 feet, though he managed to keep his feet beneath him. Frustration began to well up within Benjamin as his best strikes were nothing more than child's play for Gaston. To add insult to injury, Gaston commented on the spar thus far. "My younglings possess more power and speed than you, mutineer. Surely that is not the best you've got." These words enraged Benjamin further to the point of near blind rage. "My name is Benjamin, not mutineer. Remember it, for it will be the name that is known for your demise." Gaston chuckled insatiably at the thought, and merely gestured for Benjamin to try once again. Meanwhile, across the field, Isaac struggled to maintain his grip whilst hanging from nothing more than his bow's arch from the back of the bucking beast. As Isaac regained his grip, he was met by the face of a savage hanging onto the beast's head. The warrior glared at Isaac, before taking a swing at the grey archer. Isaac managed to weave his head out of the fist's path, though the savage immediately followed up with another punch, which caught Isaac off guard. His fist collided with Isaac's nose, instantly drawing blood. Isaac's balance faltered slightly from the blow. At the same moment, the beast he was hanging on to returned to its front legs on the ground. The sudden impact caused the warrior on the creature's head to lose his grip and slip off onto the ground. The horrid creature did not hesitate and instantly returned to wildly bucking about. Isaac struggled to hold on and simultaneously attempted to retrieve an arrow. As did so, Isaac spotted Thomas and Felix sneakily working their way behind the savage. With rope in hand, the brothers tiptoed their way behind the savage, and each stood to the left and right of him. They pulled their rope taut once again, and stormed towards the unknowing warrior. With the rope at about knee height, the two sprinted towards their unsuspecting enemy. However, the savage caught wind of their approach, and instinctively hopped at the very instant that the rope was about to make contact with his legs. As the brothers became aware of their failed attempt, they stopped in their tracks. As they turned to face their nemesis on the battlefield, Thomas was met with a fierce kick to the diaphragm. His small body was sent tumbling backwards from the impact, leaving him motionless and unconscious. Then, before Felix could even think to react, the warrior struck the petite man with a thunderous jab to the chin. The impact instantly sent Felix off of his feet. He landed quite harshly on the backs of his shoulders, with the momentum causing him to roll over until Felix laid flat on his stomach. As Felix laid helplessly and still stunned, he could hear the savage's approaching footsteps. Then Felix was met with unimaginable agony, as the warrior stomped his claw-like foot onto the middle of his back with overwhelming force. Felix struggled to breath, though managed to scream in anguish, though his cry left the savage unperturbed, as he simply leaned into his leg and stepped on the small helpless man even harder. As his head grew close to Felix's, he whispered to his victim, "I am Bato, and I am your doom. Die, scum." With every second, Felix's back came closer to snapping in half. The pressure and force was unbearable, as Felix struggled to breath under Bato's weight. Then, when Felix had given up and accepted his painful demise, a familiar voice spoke out. "Release the boy, you blue filth. Fight someone your own size." The Irish brute Carl had come to Felix's rescue, with his massive axe in hand. Bato looked Carl up and down and snickered. "What is a tub of lard like you supposed to do to me?" Bato slowly raised his foot up and off of Felix's heavily stressed spine, and stepped towards Carl. Felix desperately gasped for air, feeling a huge sense of relief. Bato approached Carl with no weapon in hand, and yet he held an overwhelming sense of confidence. As he grew closer, the cocky savage spoke. "Fine, I will crush you, then the boy." With lightning speed, Bato leapt several feet onto his right leg, then instantly shifted another impressive distance, landing on his left foot. Carl attempted to lead Bato's movement, but found it very difficult due to his speed. The large Irishman did his best to plant his shot, and swung at the quickly approaching warrior. His swinging axe blade came within inches of Bato's throat, though the blue-faced assassin managed to juke out of its path. Before Carl even finished his swing, Bato was already standing at his right side. As the burly redhead turned to combat his enemy, Bato had already prepared a ghastly elbow for Carl. His pointy elbow caused Carl's head to violently snap in the opposing direction. Bato's elbow was immediately followed by a hook sent straight to Carl's abdomen. The harsh blow caused Carl to lump over with his head lowered. Bato took advantage of the placement, and grabbed hold of Carl's large head. He then drove his large knee straight into the side of Carl's cranium. Bato observed the collision of knee and skull. Then, as the inertia of the blow concluded, Bato was caught off guard by what he saw. He had expected the combo of offensive to send his opponent crumbling. Though to his surprise, Carl remained on his feet. Then the thick Irishman slowly rose his head back to his standing position. With a trickle of blood running down the side of his face, Carl stared back at Bato with rage in his eyes. Then the furious man spoke. "That all you got, lad?" A look of shock filled Bato's face as he stood dumbfounded. He had never encountered a human with such physical fortitude. Then Carl added to his previous statement. "My turn." Then the large man surprised Bato with his own swift movement, despite his mass. The Irishman's large hand grabbed hold of Bato's shirt with an unbreakable grip. Then, without warning, Carl launched his dense skull straight into the facial region of Bato. The nasty impact caused the warrior to go cross-eyed momentarily. Then Carl doubled down on the damage and delivered yet another sinister headbutt. As Bato's head snapped back, Carl could see his red eyes had rolled back into his head. Carl did not let up and delved deep into this savage side. One after another, the brute delivered several disturbing collisions from his rock-like forehead. Bato's blood began to rain all around and decorated most of Carl's face. Then, after the mad lad had lost count of his offensive strikes, he let up to check on Bato's condition. The blue-faced warrior resembled a heavily sedated individual, as he unconsciously swayed back and forth. The only thing keeping the badly beaten man upright was Carl's hold on him. He looked upon the damage he had caused for a moment, before pulling Bato's helpless body close. He wrapped his massive arms around the subhuman's throat. Then Carl placed his right hand on the top of Bato's skull, and his left around his chin. With a firm grip, Carl whispered in the savage's ear, "This is what happens when you hurt the ones I love." Then the powerful soldier twisted Bato's neck with violent force, creating a disturbing scene. The warrior's head contorted far past its limits, which emanated a blood-cooling cracking sound. Then Carl released his grip and allowed the warrior's lifeless body to crumble. Far to Carl's left, Kurt had just shaken off the cobwebs from the gruesome tackle he had just endured. He found himself leaning against a large tree at the edge of the flat land. Despite the ugly hit he had taken, the young man managed to hang on to his bow. As his vision came into focus, Kurt saw the enraged beast staring straight at him from about 15 feet away. The furious creature stood engaged in Kurt's direction, resembling a bull just before it charged. The heinous abomination snarled and spit as its imposing stare struck fear into the young man's heart. Kurt painstakingly reached his arm back to retrieve another arrow, but discovered that his quiver had gone missing. It must have become dislodged and flung about by all of the rambunctious activity. He frantically searched his surroundings for the missing quiver, then spotted it some 10 feet away to his left. Kurt painfully retracted his stretched-out legs towards him, until his knees stood straight up, and his feet were tucked up against him. Kurt knew that the mindless brute would charge at him at any moment. He observed his body, and despite feeling incredibly sore, Kurt not notice any severe injuries from the impact. Though he knew that his movement would be somewhat staggered, which meant that his timing would have to be flawless. If it wasn't, the charging monster would crush his bones into dust. The terrifying creature continued to paw at the ground in anticipation for its charge. It then howled into the air, opening its abstract and repulsive mouth wide for Kurt to see. Its endless teeth-soaking lips shined under the sun. Kurt grew tired of the building's suspense and shouted back at the beast with a primitive yell. This rebellious act seemed enough to set off the beast, as it lowered its head. Then, with one last kick of the ground, the behemoth took off with shocking speed towards the wounded young man. As it bulleted towards Kurt, he pressed the palms of his hands against the tree behind him, and leaned forward onto his toes. The heavy sound of the creature's dense feet thumping against the ground struck terror into Kurt. It clearly signified just how heavy the monstrous being was. Yet despite its mass, the freak moved with astonishing agility and speed. Kurt's adrenaline spiked within his chest, sending his heart into overload as the approaching threat loomed closer. Kurt made sure to rotate his body towards the left where his displaced quiver laid. Then, as the beast closed within 5 feet of him, Kurt pressed his hands off of the tree. The force pushed his body forward, then he sprung himself upward and to the left with his pressed legs. As Kurt flung himself forward, he made sure to tuck his head as his body began to lower. He turned his forward momentum into a tuck and roll movement. While Kurt began his rolling movement, the preposterously loud sound of the beast's impact with the tree in front of it could clearly be heard. The powerful collision actually sent out a shock wave of energy across the ground that Kurt could feel. As his roll concluded, Kurt quickly swept up his quiver. He slid an arrow out from it and drew back his bowstring with haste. He pointed his aim at the beast, which was noticeably discombobulated from its head-first crash with the tree stump. Even a beast of such mass and power could not challenge the unrelenting strength and fortitude of a tree. Its steps were unbalanced for a moment as it turned back towards the battlefield. Kurt winced at the sight of the creature's now mangled face, as the impact clearly broke most of the bones in its face. Its blood endlessly spewed from its injuries. Yet despite its dire position, the mindless monster was focused on Kurt. The beast was truly relentless to a fault, and only wished for the young man's destruction, even at its own injury. Kurt fought through the pain and lined up his shot. Before the beast could even think of charging once again, Kurt released his arrow. The fast-moving projectile flew true, and found itself lodged deep into the injured beast's cheek. Kurt felt frustration, as his shot landed a bit lower than he had hoped for. After a brief moment of realization, the homicidal abomination screeched in a mixed tone of anger and agony. Though the shot did not land where Kurt had hoped, it most certainly succeeded in gaining the beast's attention. Its soulless eyes found Kurt once again and honed in on the man. The hulking creature did not bother with pawing at the ground this time, and instead charged ahead in a blind rage. At this point Kurt had managed to draw back another arrow, and let it go. His second arrow hit the intended mark, as it stuck into the base of the beast's skull. However, to Kurt's surprise, the arrow did not slow the enraged creature in the slightest. It instead continued to scurry forward with a frightening level of momentum. The anxious young man panicked, as he tried to grab a third arrow. Though it quickly became clear that he would not have enough time to fire off a third arrow. Though this realization came too late as Kurt looked back at the approaching abomination, as mere feet separated it from him. For a fraction of a second, Kurt had settled on the thought that he may have reached his demise. A millisecond of flashes ran through his mind, to moments with his parents. His father's eyes, and his mother's smile appeared in his mind. In this brief moment, the young man had returned to being a boy in the catacombs, watching his father write. His mother sang angelically as she held her boy close to her chest. The warm wave of peace washed over Kurt as his mind was cast from his dire situation. Then, as he had become lost in his thoughts and had relinquished all concern for his life, Kurt was suddenly pulled back into reality. He came to as he was yanked to the right, just barely missing the immeasurable force of the sprinting beast. Kurt could feel a wall of wind push him, as the creature's momentum passed behind it. Kurt ran forward, trying to stop his momentum. As he came to a stop, he turned his head to discover that Carl had pulled him out of the abhorrent beast's path. Kurt felt such a deep-rooted gratitude towards his Irish comrade. He did have any time to show his gratitude, however, as Carl shouted at him with an intensity in his face. "Get your arrow ready, boy." At the very instant, Isaac had finally managed to steady himself on top of the manic beast. He had been able to mimic the pattern of the creature's jerking motion, and therefore could now keep his balance. However, he grew tired from the constant wrestling with the monster, and his strength was waning. Isaac needed to finish this soon, or else he may not have any strength left to save his own life. The exhausted soldier carefully slid an arrow from his quiver, while concentrating on every little movement. He feared falling off of the beast and being trampled by its immense mass. Once he successfully retrieved his arrow, Isaac slowly retracted his bowstring. The snarling horror continued to violently buck all around. Isaac had now managed to painstakingly fully draw back his bow, while simultaneously keeping his balance. Now he only needed to line up his shot. This proved difficult as Isaac now had neither of his hands on the beast to steady his momentum. So to counteract this, Isaac used his legs to try and steady himself. This was incredibly difficult, but Isaac knew that he only needed one steady moment to finish this. The wise archer focused in on the tip of his arrow and what laid in its path. The monster's massive head refused to stay still, making it difficult for Isaac to time his shot. Isaac feared that this was his only chance, as the task of getting but one drawn back was daunting. His legs began to burn as they continually flexed against the beast's thick hide, to stable his movement as much as possible. Back and forth its head swayed, always just slightly averting Isaac's shot. Time was running out, and Isaac needed to finish this now. The man shouted at the repulsive abomination. "Hey!" The loud yell caused the beast to physically react. For the most brief of moments, the creature's head paused as it reared back to look at Isaac. Then the moment came, and Isaac allowed his arrow to do what it did best. Straight through the beast's large red eye, the arrow pierced deep. The sound of its razor tip slicing through its eyeball with ease rang out for Isaac's pleasure. The beast's instinctual reaction to the impact caused its head to crank upward. Then the creature came to a complete stop. It then aimlessly stumbled about, in an incredibly unbalanced manner. Finally, as Isaac prepared to dismount, the monster's legs gave out from underneath it. The mass of the horror crashed into the ground, and Isaac hopped off with his bow in hand. As he caught his breath, Isaac could hear the sound of clashing metal in the distance. The sound originated from yet another forceful swing from Benjamin. His efforts led to no avail, however, as it clashed with Gaston's jagged blade. As the massive captain easily absorbed the impact of Benjamin's swing, he flung his elbow downward. Its hard pointy tip cracked Benjamin's cheekbone with ease. The collision stunned Benjamin, and sent him stumbling back a few feet. Though he quickly snapped back into the moment, and charged forward. Then the ruthless warrior flung his rusted blade forward towards Benjamin's chest. The speed behind his saber was impressive, as it headed straight. Benjamin snapped his body, rotating it ever so slightly to the left. The small adjustment managed to move his body just barely out of the blade's path. Benjamin saw an opportunity in the brief moment. Gaston's bladed hand was outreached, which left his body completely open for attack. Benjamin did not hesitate and shot his blade forward with impeccable form. Gaston realized his mistake as soon as Benjamin had managed to avoid his thrust, and knew that he had left himself wide open for an attack. As Benjamin's flawless blade approached, Gaston attempted to swerve in the same way. However, due to his mass, Gaston's body did not entirely miss the sword's edge. The outer layer of his skin was sliced across his ribs. The skimming contact left a foot-long cut on Gaston's side. He reacted immediately, realizing that he had made a mistake in underestimating his opponent. He came to the realization that his man was no ordinary human, and possessed a fighting ability far beyond the average. Gaston would no longer play with his food. As Benjamin began to retract his arm back toward himself, Gaston's massive hand grabbed hold of his wrist. As the captain's thick fingers eclipsed Benjamin's wrist, he attempted to pull free. However, this gesture proved fruitless, as there was no contest between the two for overall strength. Then Gaston applied force down on Benjamin's wrist bones. Benjamin was overwhelmed by a huge wave of pain, as his helpless hand was slowly crushed. The man hollered outward as the agony filled him. Then Gaston slowly turned Benjamin's trapped hand upward, until his elbow pointed to the ground. He then increased the pressure down onto Benjamin's human bones. Benjamin tried to fight the pain, but his body betrayed him. Due to the immense force applied to his wrist, the muscles in Benjamin's hand ceased functioning. This caused him to lose grip of his sword, allowing it to fall to the ground. As his weapon bounced about beneath him, Benjamin knew just how dire his position was. He looked Gaston in the eyes, as the hulking captain reared back his jagged and rusted blade. Then the lightning-fast motion of his saber zooming forward flashed before Benjamin. The trapped man quickly retracted his stomach inward, bowing his back in the same motion. He simultaneously shifted his feet backward about a foot. The enraged Titan had missed his target once again, as his blade hit nothing but air. With his dueling hand fully outreached, Gaston had found himself now leaned forward. This lowered his head down enough for Benjamin to make contact. Benjamin fiercely began to spring his elbow backwards into Gaston's nose. He managed to connect twice with the bridge of Gaston's nose, before the captain retreated his head. This attack caused him to release the grip on Benjamin's wrist. As he stepped back and stared down Benjamin, Gaston then quickly flung his arm backward. His decrepit weapon collided with another blade as it was swung at Gaston's flesh. The blade belonged to Isaac, who had attempted to flank the captain. As he deflected the first shot, Gaston attempted to step back and create more space. As he did this, Isaac delivered another downward blow. Gaston deflected it with ease as he managed to create ample space between him and Isaac. He now stood in a position where he had both Isaac and Benjamin in his sight. Benjamin was relieved to see his mentor come to assist him. He then approached Gaston with Isaac by his side. Instead of showing intimidation on his face, Gaston instead chuckled once again. 1, 2 or even 3, it does not matter. You will all end up as trophies on my mantle. The confident warrior then reached his left hand down towards his waist. Gaston then revealed a second blade in his left hand, nearly identical to the one in his right. He stood motionless with both sabers, ready for his opponents to attack. Isaac then looked to Benjamin with sincerity. Let's end this, and go home. Benjamin nodded his head, as the two slowly closed in on their worthy opponent. With swords in hand, Benjamin and Isaac charged. The two moved in sync, projecting a flurry of swings. Though the expert duelist Gaston parried each shot with ease, the towering figure deflected both Benjamin and Isaac's powerful swings with perfect precision and timing. The two threw their blades at different heights and in different directions in an attempt to catch Gaston off guard. Benjamin aimed low at Gaston's legs, with the thought that such a tall figure would have to use tremendous energy to reach down to block his lower extremities. In the same breath, Isaac began to target the captain's upper body. The two formed this pattern of attack without a single word of communication, but organically formed a cohesion of strategy. Though as Benjamin swung his sword low, the nimble giant kicked at the approaching swing. The blunt impact hit Benjamin's already wounded wrist. The additional damage to his wrist caused Benjamin to pause for a moment, concerned of severe injury. In the next moment, Gaston deflected Isaac's attack towards his arm. After intersecting the blow, Gaston blasted Isaac with a thunderous elbow to the forehead. The quick snap sent Isaac tripping backwards and losing his balance. Isaac quickly found his sturdiness again, and turned back towards his opponent. Though as soon as he did, Isaac was met by a grim sight. The colossal Gaston had charged towards him, with his massive leg elevated and drawn back. Before Isaac had any time to properly react, Gaston's long leg sprung forward and plowed into the old archer's chest. Isaac was instantly thrown onto his back as it slammed onto the blue grass. As he laid on the floor trying to collect himself, Isaac could hear Gaston's heavy feet approaching. The beaten man's vision was swaying from side to side, in what Isaac was quite sure were the telltale signs of a concussion. He struggled to raise his head enough to look up. As he did, Isaac was shocked to see Gaston mere feet away, with his dagger raised high, with its tip pointed straight at his helpless body. As Gaston was about to plunge his nicked blade into Isaac's gut, Benjamin moved in to intercept the shot. He charged to help his old friend and mentor. With only mere feet between he and Gaston, Benjamin reared back both of his arms. His hands both gripped the hilt of his sword with true force. The young leader planted his feet into the bloody soil and swung his blade with all of his might. Gaston's downward thrust and Benjamin's upward swing met one another. Though this grim meeting was not of steel and bronze, but of metal and flesh. Benjamin's desperate attempt to save his friend materialized into the amputated hand of Gaston falling to the ground below. Benjamin's beautiful parry had landed directly on Gaston's right wrist. The combined descending and ascending forces caused Benjamin's blade to cut straight through Gaston's wrist. The immaculately clean slice caused the captain's hand to instantly disconnect from his body. Gaston gazed down at his severed hand, which still held onto his saber. It laid on the ground, as blood began to spew from his open wound. Gaston looked at his nub of an appendage with great anger. He did not wince nor show any inkling of pain. Instead, the Titan jumped into action. With his guard lowered, Benjamin was open to an attack. Gaston used his higher elevation to his advantage. He sent his head plummeting downward toward Benjamin's skull. The brutal collision created a sound similar to that of two rocks bashing into one another. Benjamin received the worst of the damage, and fell onto the ground. Gaston took advantage of the brief pause in action to care for his serious bodily injury. The hulking warrior ripped the cloth binding of his blade's hilt to shreds. He then looped the fabric around his wrist just beneath the severed line. He then tied it in a loop and with his teeth, Gaston pulled the knot as tight as possible. He knew the graveness of his situation, but this tourniquet would at least slow the bleeding. The stoic warrior did not fear death, but defeat, especially at the hands of those who sought to interfere with his so-called lord's destiny. Gaston was prepared to give his life, so long as it meant the death of his enemies. While the three of them recovered, Karl and Kurt were tending to the beast across the field. The repulsive creature gawked at the two, with Kurt's arrow still plunged deep into its hard skull. Karl stood with his massive axe in hand, ready for the beast to charge. The boisterous Irishman felt no fear, but a craving for blood that he could never quench. He smiled and laughed maniacally at the fierce creature. "Come to daddy, you dirty hellspawn!" Karl screamed as he held his axe up in the air. Kurt retrieved another arrow and began to draw it back. The repulsive monster grew tired of Karl's taunts and charged to him head-on. Its hind feet dug into the soil and kicked large chunks of dirt into the air upon its powerful departure. The fearless steed stormed straight on towards the two with violent intent. Kurt fired off his pulled-back arrow, and watched it lodge itself into the beast's throat. The impaling projectile in its gullet did not deter the possessed beast, as it continued to charge forward. Karl was actually pleased by this, as it meant that it was now his turn to take on the atrocity. A sick smile spread across his red cheeks as he reared back his axe. Karl's brawny arms gripped hold of his axe handle, as he prepared to fling it forward. His excited blue eyes locked with the red murderous eyes of the approaching beast. These two unstoppable forces were about to collide. The young man Kurt was not aware of the impending impact, as his gaze was averted. He was reaching his arm back to retrieve another arrow, briefly taking his eye off of the dangerous creature growing near. As the brutish freak closed in on their location, Karl grunted while swinging his axe forward with explosive power. As his axe blade made contact with the charging monster, it quickly sliced deep into its shoulder muscle. Though due to the sheer mass of the creature, Karl's axe blade reached a stopping point far into the muscle. It became stuck in place, instead of cutting straight through the beast's flesh. Because of this, Karl nor Kurt managed to stray from the sprinting creature's path. With Karl's axe lodged in its shoulder, the beast forcefully crashed into the two men. The three-way collision sent a shock wave of kinetic energy outward. Being the smallest of the three, Kurt received the worst of the impact. The young archer was tossed backward, violently rolling across the hard ground. Kurt's head hit the ground first and the hardest, instantly knocking him unconscious. The young man's neck crunched, and his back cracked. His legs flung upward and rotated forward. His body contorted and raced across the blue grass, until it finally came to a rest some 20 feet from where it previously stood. Carl's thick-framed body fared much better from the collision, though he did take a nasty tumble onto his back as well. The beast, however, never left its feet and passed through the two men like paper. As Carl began to return to his feet, the trotting menace had already set him in its sights once more. Before he could fully stand, Carl could hear the thunderous sound of the nightmare's approaching footsteps. Carl turned towards it as fast as possible, noticing that his axe remained deeply cemented into the beast's shoulder. Defenseless, Carl felt the toll that this long and drawn-out battle had taken on his body. There simply was not enough energy left within him to evade the creature's charging attack. As he stood ever defiant, awaiting the nearing devastation, Carl howled at the sneering beast. If this was to be his last moments, Carl intended to spend them displaying his rebellious spirit for the monster to see. Its piercing, fiery pupils, which were locked onto the brawny Irishman, were suddenly diverted. A flung projectile had collided with the beast's skull from the left. The mindless creature instantly shifted its focus from Carl and onto the origin of the object. Its eyes had found the source, that being the slingshot of Felix. The battered and bruised young man had somehow managed to fire off a successful shot at the sprinting behemoth. As the fuming monster shrieked in rage, its body quickly turned towards Felix. With slingshot still in hand, Felix quickly retrieved a small vial from his pouch. He fumbled with it for a moment before placing it in the pocket. With another deafening screech, the bulky humanoid kicked off of its hind feet in Felix's direction. Carl watched this play out, and desperately began working his way towards Felix. Though due to his injuries, the large warrior could merely limp across the battlefield. Quickly realizing that he could not reach Felix in time to protect him, Carl desperately shouted to him, "Run, Felix!" His caring words failed to convince Felix, however, who instead confidently aimed his slingshot downwind at the advancing danger. Carl watched helplessly, as Felix took the additional seconds to make sure of his shot's accuracy. Then Felix released his pull on the elastic pocket, shooting a burst of pent-up energy. The mysterious vial flew from its cradle and out into the open air with immense speed and accuracy. As it flew through the space between, the mindless beast blindly ran into it. The glass casing of the unknown material shattered instantly, upon impact with the hard pus-covered hide of the mutant. The contents of the vial took on a vaporous-like appearance once released. It resembled a fog, which covered the entirety of the creature's facial region. Contact with the vapor instantly caused the beast to become disoriented. Its many eyes slammed shut, and it began to throw its head around violently. The material obviously irritated the monster a great deal, as it began to emit a whining sound. Noticing the animal's odd behavior, Carl looked to Felix for an explanation. It's an extract from a local leaf. When combined with salt, it acts like a very strong version of pepper spray. Carl's face was filled by a smile, as he laughed in satisfaction. The man felt a huge amount of pride for his clever friend. The two watched from a safe distance, as the creature continued to lash out, desperately trying to escape the vapor's effect. Deeply irritated and blinded, the beast charged forward, not knowing where it was going. Its direction of running was closer to Carl than Felix. As it headed towards him, Carl set his sight on his axe. Then, as the beast began to trot past him, Carl grabbed hold of the axe's handle. The large man was instantly yanked forward, not being nearly strong enough to stop the beast. As he was dragged along by the manic monster, Carl continually pulled at his axe, trying to dislodge it. Finally, its blade began to give way to his attempts. Then the axe blade slipped free from its captor's grasp. It slid out of the animal's shoulder, departing Carl from it. As the man crashed onto the ground, the abomination continued to sprint forward. It eventually met the edge of the opening, and continued onward. As the beast disappeared into the dense forest, Carl smiled in glee at the return of his beloved axe. Carl listened as the beast's gallop sounded further and further away, assuring the man that it was not likely to return. With this comfort, Carl rushed back to Felix. As he reached the young man, Carl embraced him. "That was some smart thinking there, lad. You saved my skin and I am in your gratitude." Felix struggled to hold himself up, but managed to smile. "We're a team, we gotta look out for each other." Carl nodded at the sore young man with pride, then looked over at his brother Thomas. He had seemingly come to from his hard blow earlier, but still seemed quite dazed. "Go check on your brother, and I'll check in on Kurt." The two then split up, and Carl worked his way to Kurt, who was still unconscious. Carl knelt down next to him and placed his axe on the ground next to him. The caring cook then wrapped his large hands around Kurt's slim shoulders and gently began to shake him. "Kurt, you all right, lad? That was a nasty hit you took." Soon, Kurt began to wake up from his unconscious state. Though his eyes were open, they were glazed over and he seemed to still be quite stunned by the impact. His eyes wandered around for some time, not capable of focusing. The Carl took one of his hands from Kurt's shoulder and snapped his fingers before his eyes. Suddenly Kurt's eyes showed signs of focus as his gaze fixed on Carl's hand. "There he is, welcome back to the land of the living son." Kurt looked up to see Carl's inviting smile, and felt a sense of relief. Still feeling incredibly weak, Kurt did not try to move, and simply looked around his surroundings. "How long have I been out?" Carl laughed as he gently removed his other hand from around Kurt's shoulder. "Oh, just a few minutes, don't worry, you didn't miss much." Carl then heard the sound of binding blades in the distance. His gaze focused on his allies Benjamin and Isaac in a heated battle with the massive Captain Gastoon. Carl's hand grabbed hold of his axe's handle, and his smile soon faded. He then looked back at Kurt. "You just rest, boyo, the fight ain't through yet. Benji and Isaac need my help." Then the powerful protector rose back to his feet, with axe in hand, and slowly began to work his way towards the battle across the field. As Carl departed, Kurt sighed and rested his head back down on the cool forest floor. Some 20 feet or so away, Felix comforted his brother, who had also taken quite the unfortunate blow during the heated conflict. "Rest your eyes, hermano, the big one's still standing." Felix brushed the hair that concealed Thomas's face, and placed a kiss upon his brother's forehead. As his brother stood up, Thomas grabbed hold of his pant leg. "Hey, you better come back. You're all I got, and nobody's got the right to kill you except me." The brothers laughed together, feeling grateful for the ironclad bond that they shared. "I promise, this fool doesn't stand a chance." Felix winked at his brother, then began to gracefully jog towards Carl in the distance. As he began to rest his eyes, Thomas heard the sound of soft but rapidly approaching footsteps from behind him. Thomas quickly looked towards the sound, only to be met with a large rock approaching his face. Before he could react, Thomas was assaulted by this softball-sized stone. The sudden blow to the head rendered Thomas unconscious once again. The wielder of this rock was none other than Dali. The sly and cunning warrior had lurked just outside of the opening, awaiting an ample opportunity to strike. He knew that with his striking arm disposed of by Kurt's arrow, he would have made for easy prey for his adversaries. So he instead decided to bide his time, which was certainly not the way of his people. However, Dali's morals separated from those of his peers when it came to his own survival. Where his fellow warriors would gladly give their lives for their cause, Dali valued his own salvation more than that. He had long pondered if it had to do with his different molecular structure from his peers. Being half horde herder and half human, Dali had always felt as if he were lesser than the so-called purebreds. he would often find himself ostracized and singled out for his difference from the others. Though he was allowed to live within their walls, his people had always treated him as if he were innately flawed and inferior. This poor treatment his entire life filled the young warrior with unbridled self-loathing and resentment for his peers. This turmoil in the boy fueled him to train harder than the rest, and to prove himself to them. To show his people that not only would his genes not limit him, but that they in fact empowered Dali. His desire to prove himself had persisted within the man up to this very moment. After incapacitating Thomas, Dali cast his gaze into the distance. There he saw his mentor Gaston combating two men, with others on the way. Badly injured and outnumbered, to Dali his captain's fate looked quite grim and an utmost certainty. The young warrior considered assisting Gaston, but felt this decision was quite futile. In his injured state, Dali could not do much in the way of assistance, and would merely be delaying the inevitable. Dali felt emotionally perplexed in this moment, as he struggled with which decision to make. He had long looked up to Gaston, who had mentored him since he was a boy. Gaston was the only one of his people that Dali had felt any emotional connection to. Though he felt a strong desire to save his friend, Dali also harbored an insatiable aspiration to live and rise the ranks of his people. To show them all that a so-called half-blood was not only equal to them, but was in fact superior. His deep-rooted hatred for his peers made Dali hunger for vengeance and vindication. He could not achieve these goals if he were disposed of in this already lost battle. It was a foregone conclusion, and Dali felt his destiny was far greater than dying here and now. As the bitter young man struggled with his decision, he looked towards Gaston once again. As he did, Dali was surprised to see his mentor looking in his direction. The fierce captain had managed to earn himself a brief break from the skirmish, and used it to briefly address his apprentice. With his blade still in hand, Gaston raised it high. He then pointed his index finger towards the south, where their fortress in the swamp resided. Dali held his gaze with his mentor that he had known for so long. Gaston then lipped the word, "Go," with a stern and unwavering expression on his face. Gaston then had to refocus himself on the fight at hand, as Isaac's sword swung at him. Dali had been ordered to flee by his superior-ranked captain, and he intended on obeying it. Dali looked at Gaston once more, and admired his powerful pride and unrivaled capability. Then he began to approach his steed, which waited patiently just outside of the tree line. Dali suddenly paused, and turned his head towards the resting Kurt beside him. Dali then looked down at his wounded arm, and recalled the individual who inflicted the injury. Hate filled the man's heart, as he began to step towards the unknowing Kurt. The stealthy young warrior had long ago learned how to walk silently, as he easily sneaked up to Kurt. Unbeknownst to the resting southerner, Dali stood just behind him with rock in hand. Then Dali violently smashed the stone into the back of Kurt's head. The impact instantly rendered the young man unconscious once again. As Dali prepared to strike the defenseless man once again, he hesitated. He pondered on the greater revenge for this human who had maimed him. A swift death now would briefly satisfy Dali, whereas a life in the dungeons would be a far sweeter outcome. Dali had appointed himself the judge in deciding the helpless man's fate. He settled on a longer torturous life for Kurt. Dali removed some rope from his pouch and quickly began to bind Kurt's arms and legs. Once he had secured the knots, Dali then effortlessly hoisted the sleeping man over his shoulder. With Kurt bound and thrown over his shoulder, Dali then approached his steed hidden in the dense woods. The others were far too focused on the massive task of defeating Gaston to notice these events as they unfolded in the distance. Once Kurt was secured on the back of his repulsive steed, Dali climbed aboard. He looked through the trees at his ever-defiant guardian. "Fight until your last breath, my friend, and spill some mutineer blood before you go." With these parting words to his mentor, Dali rode off to the south with Kurt along for the ride. Back in the center of the now blood-drenched open field, Gaston continued to fend off the skilled and relentless Jew. With only one hand, the undeniably talented duelist deflected both Benjamin and Isaac's attacks. He did this through a flawless combination of parries, and a combination of kicks and punches. Despite their best in sync strategy, the skilled men still could not get the upper hand on Gaston. Though one factor began to run its toll on all three men, that being stamina. After dozens of powerful swings paired with just as many blocks, their energy was running low. Gaston had the slight edge in this regard, due to his more than human genetics. Though even he was fighting off the growing sense of fatigue, every time Benjamin and Isaac would swing at him simultaneously, the towering man felt an aching panic. A fear boiling within that his fate had been sealed, and that it was only a matter of time until he was overwhelmed. The undeniably powerful figure banished these creeping thoughts of doubt and worry from his mind. He reminded himself that his own life did not matter, so long as the true cause was seen through to its fruition. Gaston believed that regardless if he fell, his soul was guaranteed its place in eternity, as reward for his lifelong dedication to his master's destiny. With his doubts flushed away and a rejuvenated sense of purpose, Gaston's defense intensified. Both Isaac and Benjamin were shocked to see a newfound fire burning within him, as if he had magically regained all of his energy. Gaston began to swing harder, and parry faster, with a horrifying burn within his gaze. The madman gazed at his foes with an unseen hatred and desire to annihilate. As Isaac's futility attempted to hamper this new fire, and sent a downward swing towards his irate adversary. However, his lackluster and tired descending attack was blasted by an energetic and forceful upward explosion of metal. The obscene amount of ascending force sent the aged archer up into the air and off of his feet. The momentum carried through, rotating Isaac backwards as he continued to flow throughout the air. The helpless man finally crashed down, harshly landing on his shoulder. Witnessing this destruction, Benjamin jumped into action to slow down Gaston. However, the captain had already taken 2 steps to Benjamin's 1 step. Before Benjamin could even fully reach back his swinging arm, Gaston was already swaying his attack forward. Benjamin's only choice was to quickly evade the oncoming attack, which he narrowly managed to do. As fatigue overwhelmed his system, Benjamin dug down deep and prepared for his tough opponent's next fury of attacks. However, Benjamin was blessed by some more assistance from his allies. As Gaston stormed in Benjamin's direction, he was ambushed by an impactful shoulder tackle by the sprinting Carl. Sent off his feet, Gaston had to take a moment to regain his balance. He then quickly turned to face the brawny Irish warrior before him. With a guttural howl and a beat upon his wide chest, Carl addressed Gaston. "No more shall we run from the likes of you. Can you feel the change in the winds? You're the hunted now, boyo." Carl took on a much more savage demeanor in this moment, as he became quite excited at the thought of dueling such a sizable opponent. As Gaston sized up Carl, he was caught off guard by the appearance of a rope being thrown over his head from his rear. Within a second, the rope was pulled taut and was sunk into Gaston's throat. As the captain gagged from the surprise flank, Carl took the opportunity to charge. With his massive axe in hand, Carl sprinted towards Gaston, ready to swing. Just behind him, Benjamin was approaching as well. Despite being ambushed, Gaston still kept track of everyone's movements. He swiftly raised his gigantic foot into the air, just as Carl was about to deliver a deadly blow to his abdomen. The deflecting blow connected with the side of Carl's axe blade, sending the Irishman off balance for a brief moment. This split second was all that was required for Gaston. He then gripped the rope around his throat, and yanked down on it with an enraged fury. The power of his pull sent Felix flying upward into the air. He then flew past Gaston and crashed into the approaching Benjamin. The young man's weight and momentum sent Benjamin crashing to the ground. By this time, Carl had regained his footing, making himself and Gaston the only two standing at the moment. Carl taunted the Titan once again. "Come on, big man, let's see what you're made of." Gaston knew this moment was likely his final opportunity to shift the battle into his favor. He intended to make it count, and had a few words for Carl beforehand. "Even my beast would not eat such a foul specimen, you a waste. I will dispose of you." Gaston then roared his own war cry, as he reared back his jagged and heated-up blade. Carl did the same, as he prepared to swing upward at the towering man. The two massive men's blades clashed at last, with a truly immense amount of energy being created. Gaston got the best of the collision, but just barely. Though his swing managed to throw Carl back onto the heels of his feet, Gaston was shocked by the man's power. He did not previously believe that a human was capable of such strength. He knew it was wise not to mince words with such a specimen, and to dispose of him as quickly as possible. As Gaston swung his backhand, Carl held up his axe in defense. The barrel-chested chef had felt what Gaston was capable of, and was prepared this time. Gaston was shocked to see that Carl managed to absorb his power, and stood his ground. As he pushed down with his immense mass, Gaston began to feel Carl's might begin to crumble. Though he did feel himself being overpowered, Carl's pride refused for him to show it. He continued to push upward, defiantly holding back the oppressive force that had tormented his people for ages. Despite his will, however, Carl's defenses finally gave way to the overwhelming power weighing down on him. He begrudgingly dropped his defensive stance, which allowed him to possibly strike once more. Unfortunately, Carl did not have an opportunity to do so, as Gaston had a strike ready for him as soon as his axe was lowered. The mighty captain wrapped his rippled arm around Carl's skull with a firm grip. With a steady hold on the Irishman, Gaston proceeded to drive his knee into Carl's abdomen. The gruesome impact caused Carl to yelp in agony, as the air was driven from his body. Then, as Carl writhed in pain, Gaston positioned his warped saber for a deadly attack. After a brief moment, Carl began to raise his upper body back up to confront his opponent. As soon as his eyes locked with the red pupils before him, Gaston flung his dagger forward. With only a split second to react, Carl instinctively grabbed hold of the swiftly approaching blade. The jagged sword instantly sliced the palms of Carl's hands, but the man refused to let go of it. For Carl knew that if he were to release his grip on the blade, it would impale his throat. Fighting through unbearable pain, Carl fought back against Gaston's strength once more. The captain was astounded once again by the man's unadulterated power and will. Gaston pushed with all of his strength, and Carl could feel himself rapidly losing the battle. Within moments, the blade would surely slip through his grasp and sever his jugular. In this moment, Carl stood obstinate in the face of his perceived evil, deciding to fight until his very last breath. Then, as he had nearly lost his grip on the blade mere inches from his flesh, Carl was saved. From the shadows, Matthew had awakened and snuck behind Gaston. With his modest but lethal blade, he silently approached. Matthew debated on the most effective way to strike the unknowing captain. Terrified of being spotted, Matthew acted quickly. He decided that such a mighty tree must be cut down from the bottom. With dagger in hand, Matthew tiptoed his way to the backs of Gaston's legs. Holding his blade in a reverse grip, he prepared his strike. Then Matthew plunged the dagger into the captain's calf with all of his might. The blade sunk itself entirely into the purple muscle, until its handle was flush with Gaston's skin. Matthew sprinted away in terror of what might happen. The colossal Gaston had released the pressure behind his blade, and roared out in pain. As he began to step back, his right leg dropped out from under Gaston as soon as he had put weight on it. He attempted to stand up once again, but met the same fate as soon as any significant weight was placed on his impaled calf. Gaston inspected the back of his wounded leg and discovered the dagger. He reached his hand back, attempting to reach and remove it from his flesh. As he desperately reached at the dagger's handle, Karl had regained his footing and grasped his axe once more. With the utmost intensity, Karl swung his wide axe blade directly towards Gaston's unprepared body. The blade crashed into Gaston's stomach, shredding his flesh with ease. The power of the swing ensured that the axe would find itself deeply dug into Gaston's gut. The captain was completely caught off guard by the blow, as his eyes widened. His gaze returned to the front of him, as his mouth hung open. His breathing instantly became sporadic, as discovered the grim reality of his situation. He gazed at the axe deep in his stomach, then at its wielder. Karl stepped close, with his hands still tightly wound around his axe's grip. "You're done, you will terrorize us no longer, demon." Then the Irishman relentlessly ripped his axe out from Gaston's abdomen, further tearing at the wounded captain's body. The mortally wounded warrior gasped once more before hunching over. His breathing became even more sporadic, as his head hung down. Kurt stepped back, as Benjamin had returned to his feet. Kurt then looked to Matthew with a look of genuine appreciation. "You saved my life, Matty. I am in your debt for that." The Irishman placed his meaty hand upon Matthew's shoulder. He then knelt down and assisted Felix back to his feet. "And you are a brave little bastard, you know that." Felix and Karl smiled at one another. The three then watched as Benjamin approached their defenseless enemy. With his sword in hand, Benjamin stopped mere feet from the nearly motionless warrior. Blood began to spill from his open wound, and pool on the ground before him. Benjamin observed the Titan for a moment in silence, before addressing him. "You fought nobly, savage. Shall you die nobly as well?" A long pause followed, before Gaston painfully and slowly raised his head to look Benjamin in the eyes. Merely holding his head upright was a struggle for the warrior. He looked around at his standing adversaries with disgust. As the red in his pupils began to dim, Gaston spoke his final words. "I fought in the name of my lord." He struggled to speak, and pain could be heard in his voice. Gaston then began to violently cough up his own blood, before concluding his statement. "And for that, I have earned my eternity. Now, do what you must, mutineer." With that, Gaston allowed his head to hang down once again, no longer fighting gravity nor the pain. Benjamin took his place beside Gaston, with his sword in hand. With both hands gripped around its hilt, he raised the glorious blade high. Its razor-sharp edge lined up directly with the nape of Gaston's neck. Benjamin took a brief moment to acknowledge the weight of this moment. It had been a long time since a human had slayed a horde herder, let alone a high-ranking one at that. This was not only about Benjamin, but about his people and their future. He longed for the day that his family could emerge from the catacombs, without fear. He dreamed of a future where his unborn child could roam Hysteria safely. For Benjamin, today marked the beginning of that. Then with precision and might, Benjamin plummeted the edge of his blade straight down. Its steel body passed straight through Gaston's flesh, separating his head from his body. His colossal frame then collapsed to the side, then fell motionless, covered in his own blood. The tired men all stood around, gazing down at the now lifeless Gaston. They reflected on the hard-fought battle they had just foregone. Benjamin felt an immense sense of pride, having slain such a prominent member of the horde herders. Karl felt grateful that no casualties had occurred on their side. With that thought, Karl turned and spoke to Felix. "Go check on your brother and Kurt." Felix obliged and departed from the group. Isaac achingly returned to his feet, feeling every inch of his aged body. That bastard made for quite the hurdle, but let this be a lesson, that they are not invincible. Isaac approached the dismembered head of Gaston. He knelt down and gazed into the now hollow eyes, devoid of their previous fiery red hue. He then grasped hold of Gaston's hair, and lifted his heavy skull off of the ground. He held and displayed it for all to see. Today its head, Tomorrow it shall be Charnan's. Benjamin grinned from ear to ear, liking the sound of that. He added to Isaac's statement. And the day after that, we shall claim these lands as our own. Hysteria will be ours, and these horde-herder filth shall bother us with their stench no longer. We will stop at nothing, until every last one of them incurs the same fate. Carl felt unease from Benjamin's absolutist attitude, but decided to keep his thoughts to himself. He instead shifted the subject. How about a hand for Matty here? The brave lad saved my skin. You've got the warrior's heart in ya, boyo. Carl patted Matthew on the chest with his frying pan-like hand. Despite it being a friendly gesture, the impact still stung Matthew's chest. The Irishman really didn't know his own strength. Benjamin addressed the group. Yes, Matthew, you proved what you're made of, and we are all in your debt. I speak for all of us when I say this. We give you our word that we will stop at nothing to return your daughter to you safe and sound. We will not let these heathens harm one hair on her precious head. Benjamin then reached his open hand out towards Matthew, who smiled and shook his hand. Thank you all, I just want her back so bad. Every moment without her here is agony. She's all I've got left in this world. Matthew spoke with sincerity and a heavy heart, holding back the tears in his eyes. Benjamin responded adamantly. It will be done, Matthew, I promise. Isaac, let's load the deer onto the sled and get us all back before sundown. Carl, you may have to escort Thomas and Kurt back. They took some nasty hits. Before Carl could respond to Benjamin, Felix called out to the group. Guys, Kurt is gone. Isaac instantly turned towards Felix and scanned the entire area. He looked over every inch of the opening, but did not see him. What? Where could he have gone? Kurt. Isaac began to frantically sprint about the field calling Kurt's name, with no response as his shouts dissipated into the vast forest. Carl and Benjamin joined Isaac in his search and calling of Kurt's name. Kurt, where are ya, lad? If you can hear us, holler. Carl bellowed out with all of his might from his massive chest. However, even his powerful voice faded away into the endless trees and bushes. A helpless sense began to wash over the men, especially Isaac, who began to panic. His eyes frequently shifted all about, desperate to see any sign of the young man. They must have taken him, those bastards. Benjamin said what was on everyone's minds. We shall find their tracks, and follow them until we find Kurt. Isaac said without taking a breath, still in an all-out panic. Benjamin looked down and shook his head. They're likely riding upon a horde, which easily outpaces us. We stand no chance of catching them. It would be a waste of time. Isaac turned to Benjamin, and stared at him with a terrifying fierceness in his eyes. Benjamin's words deeply offended Isaac, and he intended to make this known. He stormed towards Benjamin with his fists clenched. As he approached, Benjamin gestured a calming motion with his hands. The furious man stopped mere inches from Benjamin's face, with his chest puffed. His angry eyes shot daggers straight into Benjamin's, who stood his ground. You dare call Kurt a waste of time? Speak so ignorantly again, and I shall remind you of your place, boy. Benjamin gently stretched his hand out towards Isaac in a peaceful manner, attempting to ease the tense man. I meant no disrespect, Isaac, but please allow yourself to look at this logically. The longer we linger out here, we increase the odds of being attacked, or losing more of us. The sun is beginning to set, and I do not intend on allowing my people to be hunted in the night. Benjamin's words only fueled Isaac's vitriol even further. His eyes bulged, and his teeth began to grind. He is our people, you fool. You and I watched the boy grow up, and you intend to leave him out here alone. What kind of leader are you? Eagerly abandoning your people that you constantly preach about. You claim to care so much for our people, then act like it. Benjamin's expression now morphed into one similar to Isaac's. The words noticeably enraged him, as he stepped even closer to Isaac. Careful with your words, and do not dare question my care and loyalty for our people. I would gladly lay down my own life if it meant the survival of our community." The two stood nose to nose, both fuming with rage. A tense moment passed with neither man backing away from one another. Carl then approached and forcefully put himself between the two. With one hand on each of them, Carl spoke. "Stop it, both of ya. We are a family, and family does not abandon one another, but family also does what is best for each other. Isaac, you and I will search for tracks and see what we can find. Benjamin, you escort the others back to home." Isaac kept his eyes locked on Benjamin, who began to interject. "I do not want the two of you aimlessly wandering about out here in the dark. We need you two to help." Carl pressed his index finger to Benjamin's lips, in a hushing gesture. He then placed both of his hands upon Benjamin's shoulders and smiled. "Benji, we will be fine. If there's a force that can take on Isaac and myself, I'd like to see it. As soon as twilight falls, we will head back." Carl then turned his attention towards Isaac, who remained motionless. "I will make sure of it. Now let's move. The longer we stand here with our dicks in our hands, the less we've got." With that, Isaac and Benjamin begrudgingly stepped away from one another. Benjamin waved Matthew over to join him. He leaned in close to speak with him. "I do not like this one bit, but is stubborn and cares for that boy like he was his own. Trying to change his mind is like attempting to move a tree. Could you retrieve the carrigan? I believe it's in the rubble that was once my tree stand." Matthew nodded his head yes and turned towards the pile of wood at the edge of the opening. Just next to it was the beginning of the dense and rapidly darkening forest. Once he reached the pile, Matthew began to search through it. He did not initially see any sight of the carrigan, and continued searching. Matthew noticed a large piece of wood in the center of the pile, and thought that the flute-like object could be hiding beneath it. He grasped hold of the sizable chunk of wood and began to pull it upward. As he lifted the wood, Matthew heard the sound of parting bushes beside him. The sound was rapid and approaching. As he turned his head towards the dark forest, his heart stopped. Mere inches from his face was the revolting face of a horned beast staring back at him. It's burned red, even more so than the average beast. Matthew froze in fear with death itself staring him in the face. Before the terrified man could form a word to mutter, the disgusting beast snarled and lunged forward at him. With the fraction of a second he had, Matthew swiftly guarded his face with his hands. The leaping creature plunged its weight down upon Matthew's frail body. As its superior mass caused Matthew to crash back onto the ground, the monster's mouth began to unhinge. In the distance, Benjamin heard the commotion and turned his head in Matthew's direction. As his eyes discovered what was occurring, Benjamin frantically reached for his bow. Matthew cowered in fear, hiding his face with his hands. Then the drooling abomination plunged its disgusting mouth full of sharp teeth down towards Matthew. As Benjamin retrieved an arrow, his heart sunk at what his eyes witnessed. The repulsive beast had sunk its endless teeth into the flesh on Matthew's left arm. Matthew shrieked in absolute terror, as he helplessly felt his skin and muscle be shredded apart with ease. His blood instantly began to pool from the open wounds. The unimaginable pain overwhelmed the defenseless man as he stared into the heartless red eyes of the beast. It snarled as it bit down harder, and began to shake its head about like a lion. Matthew then began to slam his right fist into the creature's eyes and nose, to little effect. Despite using all of his strength, Matthew's human physicality was no match for the animal genetics of the beast. It did little more than irritate the monster as it managed to bite down with even more pressure. A snapping sound cracked into the air, as the bones in Matthew's forearm were turned to dust under the immense pressure of the beast's jaw. The wave of torment across his body sent Matthew into shock. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and his mouth hung open. He ceased all movement and made no more sound. He simply went limp, laying back motionless. In a heat of fear, Benjamin drew back his arrow, and wasted no time in delivering it. His arrow covered the distance between them in a split second, sinking itself deep into the beast's cheek. The arrow's impact caused the creature to release its grip on Matthew's flesh. It looked at Benjamin and roared in irritation. However, before it could even finish its cowl, the beast was greeted with a second arrow directly in its throat. The deadly accurate arrow was sent by Isaac, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Benjamin. The disgusting monster stumbled for a moment, before collapsing onto the forest floor. As it laid lifeless, the men rushed to Matthew's side. Isaac laid his eyes on Matthew's arm, and was shocked by its level of mutilation. The poor man's skin and muscle had been reduced to an unrecognizable mash of flesh and blood. "Here, take my cloth rag, we have to cut off the bleeding now," Isaac shouted as he handed Benjamin the rag from his bag. Benjamin carefully raised Matthew's arm just enough so that he could wrap the rag underneath it. As Matthew laid unconscious, Benjamin tied a tight knot right at his elbow. As he did so, Carl arrived and held his hand over his mouth in shock. "Oh my God, the poor boy." Isaac turned to console Carl in the overwhelming moment. "It's going to be okay, go grab the sled, Carl." The emotional Irishman's face filled with rage after hearing what Isaac had to say. "What do you mean it's going to be okay? He's been infected. The boy's gonna turn into one of those damn monsters." Benjamin shouted at Carl, feeling a building panic within him. "God damn it!" Carl grabbed the sled. Carl begrudgingly left in a hurry to retrieve the sled initially intended for the deer they had hunted for easy transport. Once Carl left the area, Isaac looked to Benjamin. With a look of helpless worry, the old archer spoke. "By God, this was a mistake. Kurt's been taken, and now Matthew has been bitten. We should have just stayed in the catacombs, where it was safe." Benjamin did not like what he was hearing, and scowled at Isaac. "We were tasked with supplying food for our people. We are the strong, and we lay our lives on the line so that they can survive. This is risk that we take, and it is a necessary risk for our survival." Isaac silently stared at Benjamin in disbelief. He had no words, but was totally taken aback by the man's complete disregard for what had just occurred. Then Carl returned in haste with the sled in tow. Benjamin instructed Carl to grab hold of Matthew's feet while he lifted from the front. The two carefully loaded the unconscious and badly wounded man onto the sled. Benjamin grabbed hold of the rope attached to the sled, and pointed it towards the path they entered the opening from. As he began to pull the sled, he stopped and looked back. Right behind him was Felix, holding onto his brother tightly. Behind them Carl looked at Isaac, with an expression of uncertainty. Isaac knew what he was thinking, and spoke. "Go, get them back safe. I'll be fine, but I am not leaving this place without Kurt." Benjamin had grown tired of the hold-up and hollered. "For Christ's sake, Isaac, you're going to get yourself killed." With the utmost certainty, Isaac looked Benjamin in the eyes. "Then so be it. I'm not leaving him out here alone. Besides, God will watch out for me. He shall light the path." Benjamin shook his head in frustration, and turned away from the others. He then began to furiously storm forward, pulling the sled with Matthew on it behind him. Before leaving, Felix turned back towards Isaac and spoke to him. "Good luck, Isaac, you're a good man." Isaac smiled at Felix as he began to follow Benjamin into the dimming forest. Then only Carl and Isaac stood, alone in the open field, surrounded by death. Isaac looked at Carl, waiting for what he was going to say. Instead, the Irishman said nothing, and instead grabbed hold of Isaac. Carl pulled him close, and hugged him. As he held Isaac close, Carl whispered in his ear, "Be safe, my friend." Carl reluctantly released Isaac from his grasp, worried that he may never see his friend again. Isaac chose not to speak, but instead simply smiled and nodded his head. Carl turned away from his friend, and towards the darkening path. As the two parted ways, A shivering breeze passed through the meadow. A rude awakening. Parker laid down in his cell, surrounded by the repulsive cretins and beasts that populated the demented fortress. The horrifying sounds of helpless screams and demented laughter echoed all around, making it impossible to sleep. Then for a moment, it all became quiet, with the screams and laughing quieting down. The tired young officer finally felt like he may be able to catch the smallest bit of rest. His heavy eyes slowly closed shut, and the satisfying feeling of comfort embraced Parker. Then, just as the man felt the slightest bit of peace, a sharp and obnoxious noise rang from just behind his head. Parker quickly opened his eyes and looked to see the cause of such a clatter. One of the endless cretins that populated this cesspool was loudly clanging his cup against the bars of Parker's cell. When this delinquent saw the look of irritation of Parker's face, he began to laugh hysterically. "Did I wake you from your nappy? Poor boy." Parker glared at the obnoxious freak as he pointed and cackled at the discomfort he had caused. His filthy stained teeth, exposed for all to see, made Parker want to knock him out. Then the bully had his fun and departed from Parker's cell. As the young cop stewed in his irritation, he heard a comforting voice from a few feet away. "Better get used to that, they do it all the time." Parker looked to see Julie laying down, yawning and stretching. "They seem to think it's funny," Julie added, while sitting up. Parker shook his head as he looked about his surroundings. The man had hoped that this was all just one bad dream, and that he'd wake up in his bed back at home. Unfortunately, this was not the case. "Yeah, well, let's see who's laughing when I escape from this cell." Julie seemed amused by Parker's words, and sported a smile. "What, you don't think I'll escape?" Parker confronted her skepticism. "Look, I'm sure you're a very capable young man, but as far as I know, nobody's ever successfully escaped this fortress. The ones who tried were publicly skinned, alive, for us all to see. So if you're gonna go for it, better have a foolproof plan first." Parker imagined how awful that had to have been for those poor souls who had failed to escape. His thoughts were then redirected to his stomach, as it began to rumble. He looked at Julie. "So what do you guys eat to stay alive here?" Julie let out a long sigh before responding. "They supply us with rations, nothing good, and it doesn't come too often, so we make it last." Parker was puzzled by this, and questioned the reason for these savages to do such a thing. "Why do they feed us? Don't they want us dead?" Julie retrieved a small potato from her personal pile and tossed it to Parker across the cell. He caught it, and began to inspect it. The tuber was noticeably aged, but the man's hunger overwhelmed him. He begrudgingly bit into the hard discolored potato, and tried to ignore the taste. "I usually eat them as fast as possible so that I don't taste it." Julie chuckled as she watched Parker struggle to palate the potato. According to their fucked up religion, their God feeds off of the suffering of non-believers. That being us, normal human beings. So they keep us alive, but just barely. Hungry, weak and tortured, our anguish apparently fuels the so-called amalgama. But if you ask me, they've all just lost their minds from eating too much of that tainted horde meat. They're all insane. As he choked down the final bite of the potato, Parker was simply grateful to have anything in his stomach. He thanked Julie before asking another question. "So are the survivors who lived with less crazy? I can't imagine anything more fucking nuts than this." Parker laughed, as did Julie from hearing his comment. "My people are normal human beings. We've just had to adjust to a quiet life of hiding. We are simply outnumbered by these freaks. And we've long since realized that there is no chance of peace with them, so we just stay hidden." Parker wished to know more about Julie's people. Hidden where? With his question, Parker watched the light-hearted smile on Julie's face fade into a look of caution. She averted her gaze before responding to Parker. "I can't say. As far as I know, Marissa and I are the only ones here from my people." I can't risk letting these savages learning its location. If they did, they would slaughter them all. They view us as a plague. To them, our freedom here is an insult to their God." Parker completely understood Julie's need for caution. However, he felt that it integral for him to know, if he did manage to escape from his vile prison. Parker gestured for Julie to come closer, as he began to nudge himself in her direction. She obliged and grew nearer. With Julie only mere feet from him, Parker leaned close and whispered, "When I responded to that shooting call, it had to do with a friend. These cultists took his daughter. I arrived at this abandoned warehouse. When I walked in, it was filled with these hooded men preaching. There was some freaky-looking portal in the middle of the room. Their leader said something about the prophecy child and—" Julie cut Parker off in mid-sentence with excitement. "Are you saying your friend's daughter is the prophecy child?" Parker had an uncertain look on his face when he responded. "I can't say for sure, but that's what he said. She was there in the room. She looked terrified. Poor thing's only 8 years old. I don't know what happened to her or her dad. I gotta assume they killed him and brought her here. What is the deal with this prophecy child anyway?" Julie looked around the room, specifically over at Alan, who appeared to be asleep. "Can you go check if he's asleep?" Parker obliged and quietly tiptoed his way towards Alan. When he reached the motionless man, Parker carefully leaned over to look at Alan's face. His eyes were closed, and he slowly breathed. This was enough for Parker, who then returned to Julie on the other side of the prison cell. However, unbeknownst to them both, Alan was in fact wide awake. As soon as Parker departed from beside him, Alan's eyes opened once again. The man stayed completely still, and listened carefully to Parker and Julie's conversation. Parker sat back down beside Julie. "He's sleeping, please continue." Julie obliged and answered Parker's question. "You can't trust anyone around here, especially with sensitive information like this. So according to their beliefs, the Horde herders believe that this so-called prophecy child exists to be a vessel for their god to possess. By doing so, it'll allow him to enter Earth and spread its dark influence across the entire world. This will usher in a new era of reality." Parker's eyes widened, as he was floored by this information that he honestly found hard to believe. The flabbergasted man said nothing. Julie carried on. "So if this so-called prophecy child is in fact here in Hysteria, well then that means some crazy shit is gonna go down soon. I wonder if they know." Parker responded, "Wow, that's nuts. Look, I don't know about all of that, but I do know that I intend on saving that little girl. Her name's Anna, and she's a good kid. She reminds me of my own, and if her dad was here, all he'd care about is her safety. So I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, Julie. I am gonna break out of here, I'm gonna find Anna, and I'm gonna get her the hell out of here. But I'm not a fool, I know I can't do that alone. I will need help, so if you just tell me where your people's hideout is, I can't link up with them. Then we can come back here, kick these guys' asses, and free you. Then we can all save Anna together." Julie found Parker charming, but foolhardy. The young man seemed to think of himself as some kind of superhero, and she feared that it may be his downfall. Though she did believe in his conviction, and respected his desire to save others in peril. He was a protector, and had the natural traits of a leader. Strong-willed and determined, he reminded Julie of her husband. "Okay, I'll tell you, but you must promise that you will not tell a soul, no matter what they do." Parker looked Julie in the eyes, and reached his hand out towards her. She shook his hand, and felt his warm, firm handshake. "You have my word, not only as an officer of the law, but as a father. I will never do anything to jeopardize the well-being of the innocent. To do so would go against my pledge to protect and serve." Julie looked over to Alan once more, who still appeared motionless and unconscious. The conniving man anxiously waited for Julie to carry on. After a long pause, Julie looked back to Parker. She whispered in his ear, Okay, at the base of the meadows, you must head north. Eventually you will discover a massive asteroid that has crashed into the Earth. Along the eastern edge of this asteroid, you will see a sizable boulder resting against it. Behind this boulder, some 10 feet down or so, is the entrance to our holdout. However, be warned, as a stranger you will be met with opposition. If you ever make it there, just tell them that Julie sent you. Parker nodded his head and leaned away from Julie. Across the cell, Alan laid silently with a wicked smile sprawled across his face. Just as Julie had finished giving Parker the directions to the hidden catacombs, the sound of heavy footsteps approached their cell. The two looked to see who was approaching, and saw two massive men standing just outside of the jail cell. One of them stepped forward with keys in hand, and unlocked the cell door. He then swung it open with excessive force. The two large savages entered the forced domain of the survivors, and stood silent for a moment. Then as their eyes landed on Parker, they approached aggressively. Parker instantly hopped to his feet, and quickly formed a plan of action. The guard with keys lunged forward at Parker, who evaded him by ducking beneath his hulking arms. Now standing in the middle of the cell, Parker stood at the ready. The two savages were now obviously enraged by his resistance, and both simultaneously stormed after the young officer. With one of the savages reaching out a fraction of a second sooner than his counterpart, Parker saw his opening. He once again ducked beneath his grasp, then as the second guard reached towards him, Parker leapt and rolled out of his path. As he completed his tactical roll and had successfully evaded the two brutes, Parker now had a clear path to the open cell door. He did not hesitate, and began to sprint towards the door to freedom. By the time the two savages had turned around, Parker was mere feet from the exit. The officer did not know what he would after escaping from his cell, but he knew that merely exiting from it was the first crucial step. When Parker was one leap away from the open door, he felt something grab hold of his ankle. The sudden grasp felt like a hand to Parker. Then this hand violently jerked Parker's ankle backwards, throwing him off balance. This blindside caused Parker to slip and tumble down onto the hard rocky floor. Parker's chin smashed into the ground, causing his head to violently rattle. The officer did not waste time checking himself for injuries, but instead swiftly attempted to stand back up. However, his ankle was still be held on to. Parker looked back to see that the hand grasping onto his ankle belonged to Alan. The creep glared into Parker's eyes with all of the hatred in his soul. Parker stared back with a matched loathing. By this time, the two gigantic guards had reached the indisposed officer stuck on the ground. As Parker looked up at the savages, he saw a massive fist flying towards his face. The brute's fist crashed into Parker's face like a train, sending the man's face slamming into the ground once again. Despite his toughness, even Parker was dazed by such a straight-on blow to the head. He laid on the cold floor, completely dazed. A disorienting ringing sound filled his head, as his vision blurred and swayed. Then Parker felt himself being lifted up and off of the ground. The dazed man looked about, to see both of the brutes on each side of him. The two guards had lifted him into the air with ease, and were now carrying him away from the cell like a suitcase. Once he had regained his bearings, the ever-defiant Parker then began to thrash about. He wiggled and jabbed his arms while pulling legs, all in an attempt to break free. Unfortunately for the officer, the guards simply stepped closer to one another, and tightened their grips on his body. Their calloused fingers pinched deep into Parker's flesh, causing him to howl out in discomfort. Then he was bombarded by an unforeseen slap from his right. After the open hand impact stung his face, the ringing returned to his ears. Parker felt himself running low on energy, having nothing other than a nearly rotten potato in his stomach. The tightly bound man then simply hung helpless as he was escorted to the west wing of the fortress once again. Parker felt a sinking feeling deep in his gut, as he knew exactly where the guards were taking him. Down the long, dank and dark hallways, Parker was carried. Candles lit along the borders illuminated the mountain walls as he passed by them. Soon the familiar door came into Parker's view, and the man began to mentally prepare himself for what was to come. As the two behemoths reached the door, they stopped before it. One of them then slammed his boulder-like fist against the door. After a long, ominous pause, that haunting deep voice spoke. "Enter." The guards obeyed, and pushed open the massive heavy door. Parker averted his gaze from the seated chieftain, wishing to conceal the fear that he knew was on his face. Officer Parker had faced the meanest of men in his time on the force, but this was something totally different. He had never seen such horrific treatment of human beings, nor such a sick joy in delivering these levels of agony. The man winced as his imagination began to betray him, visualizing what the powerful psychopath before him may have in store. Within moments, Parker found himself placed on the cold mountainous floor. The two guards backed away from his body, and stood some 5 feet behind him. Then as their movement ceased, the vast space fell nearly silent, with only the sound of a burning candle remaining. Parker sat motionless on his knees, with his head sloped down. His eyes closed tight, until a thunderous voice pried him open. "Look at me." The walls rattled, and the floor creaked in fear of his words. Once his nerves had settled, Parker recalled who he was. He knew he was not a man of fear, but one of pride and principle. Though he knew gloom awaited before him, Parker would face it with conviction. Slowly, the young officer raised his head, and looked the judge of fate in his inferno eyes. There he sat, the mighty chieftain of the horde herders, the speaker for the cosmic one, Charnan. His burning gaze pierced through Parker, aware of his fear and veil of strength. The chieftain had seen the very same pluckiness and resistance in so many before. They all broke eventually, devoid of their false bravado. All that remained was a scared child. Charnan would do the very same to Parker, and not think twice. "You lack the same boisterous pride from yesterday, officer. Has the weight of your situation washed it away? This will be even easier than I thought." Shame, I craved a challenge. Someone who would fight back no matter th. Parker had heard enough of the narcissistic titan's rhetoric. "Enough talk, let's get to it. Unless you're not as tough as you seem, I don't think you've got what it takes." Parker's attempt to provoke Charnan succeeded, as the seated warrior began to sizzle with hate. The chieftain was not used to people speaking to him in such a manner. Most men could not even form words due to the immense fear Charnan created within them. Parker, however, not only spoke, but outright insulted the chieftain. As the fire of rage built up within him, Charnan resisted the urge to blow his top, for now. Instead, he simply exhaled and smiled. "As you wish." Parker then watched as the gargantuan king slowly rose from his throne of bones. The entire seat flexed from the shift in weight. Parker was in complete awe at the sight of the standing chieftain. Easily 9 feet tall and likely 1,000 pounds, Charnan was riddled with muscle and mass. Then the massive warrior took a step forward towards Parker. As his colossal foot rested onto the floor, a force of air brushed past the kneeling officer. Then another step followed, which put the menacing chieftain directly in front of Parker, who kept his gaze locked upward. Then Charnan reached his humongous hand out towards Parker's face. His one finger, which was the size of Parker's wrist, gently grazed the man's cheek. Parker avoided the embrace, and jerked his head away. The demented one chuckled and spoke. "Don't resist, it'll only make me try harder." The malevolent giant then attempted to graze Parker's face once more, with his thick fingers treading across his face. Though as his index finger caressed the young officer's lips, Parker had reached his limit for Charnan's behavior. In an instant, Parker opened his mouth wide, and proceeded to sink his teeth down upon Charnan's large, rough-textured index finger. Parker bit down with maximum pressure, with the intention of doing maximum harm. However, to the cop's surprise, his hard bite could not even break the skin on Chanan's hand. Instead, Parker actually felt the structural integrity of his teeth begin to fail. It became apparent in this moment just how tough Chanan's hide was. His skin had a texture similar to leather, but even more dense. Though Parker's bite did not inflict the level of damage that he had wished, it did succeed at causing the Titan a minor amount of discomfort. The chieftain hissed in pain as he swiftly retracted his hand from Parker's direction. Chanan quickly inspected his finger, then glared down at the kneeling officer. Parker flashed a devilish smile at his malicious captor. "Maybe it'll be me who breaks you." Parker's words relit the fire in Chanan's chest. The chieftain did not intend to let this disrespectful act towards him go unpunished. The massive commander quickly reared back his hand, in a fraction of a second. Then, before Parker could even register the movement, Chanan swung his hand downward directly towards the defenseless man's face. Then, in a disgusting display of violence, the back of Chanan's frying pan-like hand crashed into Parker's cheek with a disturbing amount of force. Like a bag in the wind, Parker's body flew across the room, completely weightless. It resembled a parent tossing their child in the air, how with such ease the Titan sent Parker gliding backwards. The helpless man twirled through the air, rotating several times in the process. The two guards watched the spectacle from behind, as the true might of their chieftain was displayed. Then Parker's poor body collided with the rough mountain floor. His legs were the first part of his anatomy to make contact with the ground. The momentum quickly carried him forward, allowing his shoulders to have a turn with the harsh floor. The man was fortunate as his neck and head managed to evade a critical impact with the unforgiving mountainous terrain. Finally, after contorting and scraping across the ground, Parker's body had finally come to a rest. As his momentum had ceased, Parker found himself laying face down, feeling just how cold the floor was. Chanan's backhand blow had sent the man some 20 feet away. Somehow still conscious, Parker laid motionless, taking a moment to analyze himself. He believed that his arm may be broken, though the rest of him only felt severely bruised. As the battered cop began to roll himself over onto his back, Parker heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. The foreboding vibration that accompanied each step made it clear who was approaching. The moment Parker successfully rolled onto his back, he saw a giant purple hand closing in on his face. Chanan had reached Parker in mere seconds, and latched onto the man's head with one hand. The amount of pressure Parker felt on his cranium was immediately overwhelming. It was as if his head was nothing more than an egg between Chanan's massive fingers. The Titan squeezed down with unforgiving force, though Parker resisted the urge to scream. "You will learn how to address your king, or you will be punished." The force continued to grow on Parker's skull. He felt Chanan's fingers push further and further into his tissue. Chanan's demonic voice returned. "Beg me for mercy." With even more pressure crushing down on his cranium, Parker screamed out in agony. Though he did not beg for mercy, and decided that he would rather die. With every moment that passed without Parker breaking, Chanan felt more disrespected. This angered the colossal man more and more. "This is only a small fraction of my strength. I could crush your head like a grape at any second. But then the fun would be over. Now beg for mercy. Submit to your king." While still yelling out in absolute torment, Parker could hear the bones of his skull begin to creak and moan. Though his fortitude would prevail, as the man refused to break. He instead slowly raised his clenched fist into the air. Chanan watched as the man's fist eagerly climbed upward right before his eyes. Then, as it reached its maximum height, the clenched fist transformed. Where 4 fingers once laid, one now stood proud. Parker's middle finger shined in the candle's light, as a beacon of resistance. The enraged chieftain's red eyes then somehow began to burn even hotter at the sight of opposition before him. The Titan's pride would not allow him to believe that anyone was capable of withstanding his might. He decided that he would bring a swift end to this rebellious act. With his other hand, Charnan snatched hold of Parker's prominent middle finger. He then proceeded to snap the finger to the right. Similar to a broken twig, the sound rang out with immense volume. Parker bellowed out in horror at the sight of his disfigured finger. Then the wicked chieftain lunged his hand back towards his throne, with Parker's head still in its grasp. Riddled in pain, the young man fought the wave of agony washing over him. In the same instant, Charnan lowered his head and whispered in the man's ear. "Your screams fill me with such jubilation. Feeling your frail petite body crumble beneath my grasp is so pleasurable." Then the wicked giant inhaled deeply, with his nose placed at the base of Parker's head. His hair was pulled in by the powerful force of Charnan's inhalation. Then the chieftain's next words sent a chill down Parker's spine. "Perhaps physical torture is not the key to breaking you, but sensual torture instead. You wield such a stoic masculine demeanor. It is the framework of your identity, no doubt. The strong protector, full of testosterone. Truly a man in every single way. But remove the pride of a man, and what do you have left? A scared little boy, crying for his mommy." Then with the very same hand that had snapped Parker's finger in half, Charnan's hand grabbed hold of the man's hair. He then roughly yanked it back, causing Parker's head to violently jerk backwards. As he helplessly looked up at the rugged roof above, Parker could see Charnan's face approach. Then with mere inches between their lips, the sick giant whispered, "I will remove your masculinity and shatter your self-image, in the most intimate of ways." Parker watched in horror as this disturbing act played out before his eyes. The sick degenerate's lips slowly approached Parker's. The young officer had no intention of allowing this to happen and acted swiftly. With force and malice, Parker spat out the entire contents of his mouth directly into Charnan's face. The sudden impact of saliva stopped the Titan in his tracks. His previously shut eyes opened, revealing a terrifying sight of unbridled rage. Parker watched in fear as Charnan's face began to tremble before him. His purple-hued skin began to redden in color. Parker knew that a reckoning for his actions was about to arrive, and he prepared himself. Charnan's teeth were revealed as began to snarl. Then the thoroughly pissed-off chieftain flung his hand back towards his throne, with Parker's head still in its grasp. The helpless man found himself soaring through the air once again. Though this time he could watch his own trajectory. As the unforgiving ground approached, Parker raised his hands over his face in defense. This did little to lessen the sheer force of his rough impact. Similar to before, Parker's body twisted and folded upon its collision with the floor. Eventually he came to a rest, and once again heard those nightmarish footsteps approaching. Parker desperately crawled forward, prying at the harsh, jagged floor. His legs failed to function, forcing the officer to rely entirely on his arms for support. However, his pathetic attempt at escape bared no fruit, as Charnan's massive hand snatched hold of Parker's back. The Titan's long, gnarly fingernails sunk themselves in the officer's flesh, leaving long abrasions across his back. Then the chieftain hoisted his defenseless toy up into the air with but one hand. Charnan held Parker some 7 feet off of the ground, glaring at him with hatred. Fighting through the pain, Parker grinded his teeth, and stared back into those burning pupils. Charnan then raised his other hand up towards Parker. The young officer watched as the large rough palm hovered closer. Then the thick rugged fingers on Charnan's hand began to wrap themselves around Parker's windpipe. The helpless man panicked as they began to tighten on his throat like a constrictor, quickly cutting off his air supply. Then once his hand had firmly grasped Parker's throat, Charnan retracted his other hand dug into the officer's back. The swift switch jerked Parker's body, as his entire 200-pound frame weighed down on his neck. The man was now essentially being hung, while the maniacal Titan slowly tightened his grip. Parker began to frantically claw at Charnan's flesh upon his arm, attempting to free himself. The violent effort had little effect on the chieftain, as he snickered at Parker's pathetic attempts for freedom. He watched as the man's tough facade quickly faded, revealing unbridled panic. Chanan watched Parker's eyes as they bulged and swelled with tears excreting from them. Then the malevolent king slowly moved his head closer to Parker. "If you wish to be naughty, then perhaps I shall kill you now. Shame, we could have had so much fun." A psychotic smile crept across Chanan's face, as he tightened his grip more and more by the second. Parker's eyes began to turn red from the immense pressure on his cranium. His entire body began to violently jerk in all-out distress. It cried out for oxygen, as the man slowly died in Chanan's arms. Parker's sight began to darken, starting with his peripheral vision. Though he had fought valiantly, the officer began to lose hope, and believed that he had met his end. "Do not fight the abyss, for your king sends you there." Chanan's cruel words echoed in Parker's ears, though they sound faint and distant, as if he was speaking from across a long and narrow hallway. Parker's eyes rolled into the back of his head, as his body began to give in and quit the fight. Then, with thoughts of his loving family in his mind, Parker faded into forced unconsciousness. Then the doors to the throne room swung open with immense force. The hefty doors slammed into the walls behind them. The wind from the mighty movement sent a gust of wind into the room. This breeze caused the flames upon the candles to sway and nearly wither. Standing at the throne room's entrance was Dali with Kurt thrown over his shoulder. The commotion drew the attention of Chanan, who turned his gaze towards it. The chieftain witnessed Dali storm down the walkway towards him, with Kurt over his shoulder. Chanan's attention had completely shifted from Parker, causing the grip around his throat to loosen. Eventually the blacked-out man slipped from Chanan's grasp and crashed onto the ground, laying completely motionless. Chanan did not pay this occurrence even a passing glance, as he became intrigued by Dali's arrival. The young warrior approached the two guards that stood between himself and Chanan. They stood shoulder to shoulder blocking the path. Dali did not slow his momentum, and instead aggressively crashed into the large guards. Their massive shoulders gave in to the man's commitment and grit. Then, as he stood only mere feet from the mighty Chanan, Dali stopped and threw the bound Kurt off of his shoulder and onto the ground. The tied-up young man rested right in front of Chanan's feet, and looked up at him with his eyes wide and filled with fear. Chanan gave Kurt a passing glance, then fixed his intimidating gaze down at Dali. The two stood silent, as if they were both waiting for the other to speak. Growing impatient, Dali decided to speak first. "We encountered a..." Chanan roared, interrupting Dali's statement. "You do not enter my chambers without permission, half-blood. Nor do you ever address me. You may address Gastoon, who will then speak to me. Is that understood?" Dali felt a blend of rage and sorrow simultaneously as he looked into the eyes of his master. He found the arbitrary rules and hierarchy of his society to be so tiring and pointless. Dali found his master to be especially narcissistic and consumed by his own power. The young man often questioned why he had gone to such lengths to ever pursue Chanan's approval at all. Though out of respect for Gastoon, Dali had always followed orders and shown respect to his master. Gastoon is. Once again, Chanan's thunderous voice cut off Dali, its tone filled with contempt. "Is that understood, half-blood?" Chanan's large head and red eyes lowered, until they hovered at the same height as Dali's. The young man tired of his master's scorning and ridicule. Inside, Dali calmed the growing storm within his chest. "I understand. However, Gastoon has sadly passed in battle, so I have no choice but to address you directly, master." Chanan showed little to no emotion, despite just finding out that his second-in-command had died. The Titan instead simply raised his head back to its resting height. "This is disappointing. Why is it then that you stand alive before me? Your life has nowhere near the same value that his did. You should have sacrificed yourself to save your superior. Instead you must have fled like a coward. I'd expect no less from a half-blood." As he muttered such heinous words of hatred, Charnan turned his back on Dali, facing his throne. The massive figure then stepped forward, and retired to his throne once more. As he settled in his seat of power, the chieftain's gaze rested on Dali for some time. A hateful expression lingered on his face as he addressed his underling. "No matter, this proves that Gastoon was not as powerful as I had hoped. It's good that he perished. There is no room for weakness in my kingdom. Nor will there be any tolerance for disobedience in the new era, when our Lord arrives." Dali stood dumbfounded and completely caught off guard by the comments of Charnan. He could not fathom just how quickly and carelessly that the chieftain had just disposed himself of Gastoon. The man had dedicated his life to serving at Charnan's side, just to have his legacy tainted and discarded mere hours after his death. Dali felt so many things in this moment, and had so many things he wished to say in this moment. However, the young warrior instead decided to stay silent, and held his rage within. Then Charnan's eyes drifted downward towards Kurt, laying on the cold floor. "What is this filth that you have brought me?" Dali fought through his deep resentment for Charnan, and responded. "He is one of mutineers that we encountered in the meadows. I captured him. Gastoon ordered for me to flee. I believe that he cared about securing a prisoner than his own." Continuing the trend, the ever-disrespectful chieftain interjected while Dali spoke for the third time in a row. "I do not care what you believe, half-blood, nor do I wish to hear what that failure wanted." The sitting king paused, seemingly evaluating the situation. Though capturing a mutineer was a wise decision, perhaps you half-bloods have more worth than simply serving as cannon fodder. Dali reluctantly accepted the lackluster compliment. "Thank you, my lord. Will you torture him until he gives up the location of the mutineers' hideout?" Dali watched as Charnan stared off into space, assuming that the man was deep into a thought. After quite some time, the chieftain finally broke his silence. "Simply knowing where they are hiding is not enough. These rats have had generations to dig themselves deep into the roots and soil of these lands. They have had much time to prepare for an inevitable attack on their home. They will be ready, and it will cost us. No, we will not knock down their door and drag them from their home fighting and screaming. Instead, we will have someone open the door for us, and welcome us in with open arms." Dali was puzzled by Charnan's words, not fully grasping what his master was trying to say. As the young warrior pondered his chieftain's comments, Charnan spoke once more. "I will need time for my plan to blossom. Guards, fetch me some fresh horde flesh, and a human as well. I've been craving their unique taste lately. And you, half-blood, get this filth off of my floor, and place him in one of the cells." The two guards obeyed their king and departed from the room. Meanwhile, the young warrior stood still in confusion. Dali did not understand the reason for his master's cold response. He had brought Charnan a mutineer, and yet he seemed disinterested and ungrateful. "My lord, I don't understand. I have successfully captured a mutineer and placed him at your feet. That is no small task, that has rarely ever been accomplished. Do I not deserve even a sliver of praise for that?" A foreboding scowl filled Charnan's face, as he leaned forward. "Praise? You received more praise than you ever deserved, when I decided to spare you. How foolish of me to listen to such a weak waste of time like Gastoon." Dali could barely restrain himself. Hearing Charnan speak so unkindly of Gastoon was unbearable for the young man. Though the disrespect continued, feeding the fire in Dali's chest. "Your kind should not exist. You are a scar on our people. You carry within you human blood, and for that you are a disgrace. A defect of Amalgame's purity, and a mockery of its vision. Every moment I allow you to breath, is one you do not deserve. Cherish them before I take them away, and praise me for your continued existence." Dali would do no such thing, and had lost all remaining respect for his king in this moment. Instead, the young warrior simply turned around and stormed towards the door. Chanan's booming voice echoed behind him. "You dare defy my orders? This is treason, and Amalgama shall hold your soul responsible. Consider yourself dead half-blood." Dali simply ignored the words, as he no longer viewed this thankless tyrant as his king. He exploded through the throne room's doors, and marched towards his personal quarters. Chanan had always allowed zero tolerance for disobedience. The chieftain would make sure to deal with Dali's insubordination in time. Though for now, the Titan had more crucial things to take care of. The malevolent king stood up from his throne once again, and approached Parker's still body on the floor. With one hand, Chanan lifted the sleeping cop's body up with ease. With Parker in his grasp, the king approached the border of his throne room. There along the wall were several sets of hanging and unoccupied shackles. Once he had reached the wall, Chanan dropped Parker's limp body, while retaining his grip on the man's right arm. He then placed Parker's right wrist within the shackle's clutches, and clasped its end together. With it shut, the metallic binding tightly formed itself around Parker's right arm. Chanan then repeated this process with the young officer's left hand. Once both arms were secured, Chanan observed his handiwork. Parker's unconscious body hung, drooped over, kept upright by only his bound hands. Kurt watched helplessly from the floor, as Chanan turned back towards him. The king's haunting eyes locked with Kurt's, sending fear into the young man's heart. The sadistic chieftain smirked at the young man, and slowly approached him. "And what shall I do with you, little mutineer?" Kurt trembled as the king's frightening voice shook the floor beneath him. With each step, Chanan's immense weight caused the room to vibrate. Kurt's eyes struggled to look up at the gigantic figure, as he stopped mere feet from him. This task was made much easier for Kurt's eyes, when Chanan squatted down beside him. His heavy breath was so hot, that it irritated the skin on Kurt's face. Even hotter somehow were Chanan's eyes, which stung the young man's senses by just staring at him. "You have information that I need, boy. Information that I will get." Kurt hid his face in the ground beneath him, in a desperate attempt to try and escape his daunting situation. Chanan found this behavior to be disrespectful. In reaction to this, the chieftain aggressively snatched hold of Kurt's hair. The young man screeched in agony through his mouth gag, as Chanan forcefully raised his head up and off of the ground. Then, when Kurt had no choice but to look into the malevolent king's eyes, Chanan spoke. "You will look at me when I speak, or I will remove your eyes. Is that understood, scum?" The terrified young man quivered as he nodded his head. "Good. Now, you are going to tell me the location of your hideout. Where have you mutineers been hiding all of these years?" Chanan then forcefully ripped the gag from Kurt's face and flung it. Despite the overwhelming fear felt by Kurt, he did not say a word. The youthful man refused to give out such information, knowing that it would result in the death of his friends and family. It would also lead to the destruction of his home and its generations of history and culture. He had no intention of allowing this to happen, nor being the catalyst for such horrid events. Though he was young, Kurt held an unwavering loyalty to his people. Kurt knew in his heart that, no matter what this heinous man did, that he would never betray his family's trust. If that meant the cost of his young life, then so be it. Chanan observed Kurt's silence, and scoffed at the action. He released his grip on the boy's hair, and returned to his feet. "We shall see how long you maintain your silence, boy. I can be very persuasive when I need to be. However, you're in luck, for I do not play on an empty stomach. We shall begin after dinner." The massive king then placed his large foot against Kurt's chest, and gave a slight push. This small amount of effort on Chanan's part created enough energy to cause Kurt's tied-up body to slide across the cold floor. Finally, the young man came to a rest 10 feet away. Meanwhile, across the fortress, The two guards made their way towards the dungeons, where countless mutants congregated. The repulsive sounds of tearing flesh and obnoxious chewing filled the space. Its air reeked of rotting flesh and blood. Maniacal laughter paired with helpless shrieks of agony. All around in every direction was nothing but hysterical chaos. As they passed through the large crowd of horde herders feeding, the guards headed towards the several large cells along the far side of the massive room. The two passed several of the cages, before coming to a stop before one. One of the henchmen retrieved his keys and unlocked the cell's door. As it swung open, its inhabitants stared at the guards in preemptive fear. One of these prisoners was Julie. The guards had returned to the very same cell that they had retrieved Parker from. The two hulking figures looked at Julie for a moment, then scanned the remainder of the cage. Their eyes then fell on Alan, who avoided eye contact. Then the guards' gaze drifted towards Marissa, who did not seem to even know that they existed. She remained in her catatonic state, staring out into space like always. The savage with the keys looked to his partner, who emphatically pointed his finger at Alan. As he saw the guard's finger point directly at him, Alan's eyes bulged from unbridled terror. As the two large figures began to approach him, the conniving mongrel began to frantically crawl away from them. Julie could not help but chuckle at the sight, recalling how callously Alan had assisted these guards earlier. The very same two henchmen were now hunting him down. Julie knew that the irony of the situation was no doubt lost on Alan, being that he was the most selfish human being she had ever had the misfortune of meeting. Julie's mind flashed back to a recent memory of Alan refusing to share any of his rations with her, despite having more than a sufficient amount. Though she was never one to wish ill will on anyone, Julie was not about to feel sympathy for Alan. The self-centered worm's desperate evasion tactic failed miserably, as the guards quickly apprehended him with little effort. As their huge hands wrapped around Alan's dumpy body, he begged for his life and sobbed like a baby. "No, no, please not me. Take them instead." Julie scoffed at the so-called man's nerve and lack of masculinity. As they hoisted his body away from his sleeping quarters, the sweating man continued to plead. "They will taste so much better than me. I'm rotten on the inside." Though she was stunned by Alan's comments, they held some truth. The man was truly rotten to the core. She knew he was of low character, but was shocked at the depths that he would sink to save his own skin. As the two henchmen dragged the babbling fool towards the cell's exit, he made one last attempt to save his life. "Stop, please. She knows where the mutineers are hiding." Julie's jaw dropped, as Alan's words met her ears. She was astonished at the man's depravity, going so low as to eavesdrop on her private conversation with Parker. As soon as the words left Alan's mouth, the two guards came to a stop. As they did, Alan's scrawny finger eagerly pointed itself towards Julie. The guard's eyes followed the point straight to her. Her face filled with intense anger and fear, as her gaze locked with Alan's. His face displayed a smug smile and scrunched eyebrows, as looked back at her. To Julie's chagrin, the savages seemed to have taken Alan's bait, as they slowly returned to the large holding cell. They dragged Alan's body into the cage, then released him. They then turned their attention to Julie, who scowled at them with detest. Then as the two began to approach, Julie quickly turned around and began to search through her pile of belongings. As one of the guards placed his thick hand on her shoulder, Julie snapped towards him. Then with a swift motion, Julie sliced a long cut down the brute's forearm. In her hand was a large shard of glass, with cloth wrapped around the bottom. The savage seethed in pain, as he retracted his hand from Julie's reach. With this brief pause, Julie managed to climb to her feet. Though the woman was cornered, with no easy path to freedom. She did not intend to go without a fight, knowing nothing good awaited her. The wounded guard became filled with rage, as he and his partner began to close in on the armed prisoner. Julie quickly ran through all of her available options, of which there were few. She knew that her chance of defeating the two hulking figures was slim to none. She simply did not wield a weapon nor the ability to accomplish that. Julie then had a morbid thought of possibly using her self-crafted shiv to take her own life. Though she did not wish to die, Julie knew that these sadists would stop at nothing until she gave them the information that they wanted. She did not intend on being tortured, nor to be at the mercy of the chieftain. For the Horde King did not possess mercy in his heart, but only contempt for human beings. With mere feet between her and the guards, Julie had made her decision. The trapped woman quickly raised the shard up to her throat, and pressed it into the fragile flesh. A wave of emotions flushed over the woman, as thoughts of her family passed through her mind. How she missed her boy, and yearned to see him once again. Her blade sat still against her jugular for just a moment, as she reflected on her life. This brief hesitation gave the henchman just enough time to leap forward. His huge body crashed into Julie, as his hand snatched hold of the shiv. The force of the tackle caused Julie's head to slam into the cell wall behind her. The impact caused the mother to become dazed, and temporarily incapable of fighting back. She instead stared helplessly across the cell at the gutless snake looking back at her. Alan shrugged his shoulders while smiling at Julie, as if to say it wasn't his fault. The incapacitated woman could not hold her tongue any longer. "You fucking coward. You're a traitor of your own people." Then after the guards had forced Julie's arms behind her, they then yanked her up off of the ground. Alan could not resist himself. "They're not my people, it's survival of the fittest here." Julie shook her head in disgust at the man's disregard for other human beings. He gladly sold out their only hope, knowing it could result in the death of hundreds, to save his own life. As the savages escorted Julie towards the door, she passed by Alan, who averted his gaze from hers. She made sure to leave the man with some parting words that would stick with him. "A day will come, Alan, when neither side wants you. They'll both know that you're nothing but a snake. Then you will be all alone." With her parting words, Julie was removed from the cell, and marched through the dense crowd of savages. The perverse cretins all began to hoot and holler at the female prisoner. Their disrespectful eyes objectified her, while their foul mouths insulted her humanity. Julie kept her gaze locked on the ground below, and tried her best to ignore the heinous comments made at her. What shocked the poor woman even more than these obscene words, were the horrifying cries for mercy from all around. Poor souls were ravaged and tormented all around her. The woman had come from a traditional religious background, and had read much on the subject of hell in her younger years. Julie knew that if such a place did indeed exist, then she may have found herself within it. Finally, the escorted woman had found herself out of the savage mosh pit. One of the guards had departed to retrieve some fresh flesh, at the command of Charnan. The other guard, who Julie had left a hefty wound on, now led her alone. The fierce woman refused to show fear and wished to make it known. "How's that cut feel?" The guard grunted with a look of frustration, but remained silent. Julie decided to add on to her question. "Guess I should have aimed higher." This comment managed to make the savage scowl at Julie, who gave the very same look right back. Then the two met the beginning of the long hallway, with a single large door at the end of it. Each step echoed throughout the empty cold hall. As Julie slowly approached the menacing entrance, fear began to creep in. She had never met the Horde King, but had only heard stories of his unwavering cruelty. She had quickly come to regret her hesitation in that moment. Now, her life would be in the heartless hands of Charnan. As the final candle lit up her eyes, Julie and the guard had reached the door. The henchman reached out his large arm, which sported the very fresh wound from Julie's attack. His hand then formed a fist, which he then powerfully knocked against the door. Then, for the first time, Julie heard the stentorian might of Charnan's voice. "Enter." Julie could feel the ground beneath her feet rumble, as her heart sank deep into her stomach. The guard obliged, and pushed the large door open with Julie still firmly in his grasp. Once the barrier between her eyes and the throne room was removed, Julie scanned the room. The first thing her gaze locked onto was the massive sitting man at the very end of the narrow candle-lit dungeon. Even from such a far distance, Julie could easily visualize the menacing red eyes within the chieftain's large head. She could feel their radiating hatred on her skin from the other end of the room. The heat seemed to warm the entire room, as it seemed noticeably hotter than the rest of the evil fortress. With each step, the angst grew within the woman's chest, fearing what was soon to come. However, Julie knew in her heart that she would never give up the catacombs' location. For to do so would doom her friends and, more importantly, her son to death. The sworn allegiance she pleaded to rang through Julie's mind, wherein she promised to die before betraying her people. The mother had no intentions of breaking her oath. She had quarreled with dying, and only cared for the continued survival of her people and their cause. If torture were to ensue, then so be it. To Julie, her body was nothing more than a vessel. Let these beasts of evil mutilate her flesh, for her soul would stay pure and untainted. She believed that her true Lord would protect her soul, and therefore, she truly had nothing to fear. Or so the brave woman thought. With this newfound confidence and peace, the woman looked up and locked gaze with the maniacal king, who grew ever closer. Finally, Julie stood only a few feet from the seated king, with the guard still at her side. Charnan's intense stare had such a dramatic effect on Julie that she had not yet noticed the tied-up young man to her left. She did, however, notice Parker, shackled up against the wall and unconscious. She stood silent and stoic, as the maniacal leader looked her up and down with his horrific stare. After some time, Charnan finally addressed the guard. "I prefer to eat the males, you know this. Are you incapable of following simple instructions?" The henchman nervously fidgeted about, and Julie could even hear him forcefully swallow in angst. The stammering savage quickly responded to his king. Yes, my lord. I am aware of that. But you see, this prisoner knows the whereabouts of the mutineers' hideout." The stuttering guard's statement caused Charnan to look over Julie once again, this time with more interest. The wicked king responded to his subordinate. "How do you know this?" A skeptical tone joined Charnan's words, as he stared at the guard. The chieftain had no tolerance for his time being wasted, and expected the henchman to have a satisfying answer. The anxious brute loudly swallowed once again, before licking his lips. Julie could feel the hand holding her begin to tremble. "Well, you see, my lord, we were about to bring you a male prisoner. But the one we picked claimed that this one knows where the mutineer scum are hiding." Julie watched as Charnan's eyebrow raised in suspicion, as he instantly saw an issue with his guard's claim. "So you're saying that the prisoner who was about to be eaten conveniently came up with a story that resulted in him being released and saved his life?" The nervous guard could be seen visually going through each word Charnan had just said, before eagerly nodding his head. Though the simple savage quickly released what his king was insinuating. Charnan did not need to say anything, as his menacing stare motivated the henchman to clarify further. "I know it seems too good to be true, my lord. But you see, this one got quite mad at the other one after he spilled the beans. Then she said something about him being a snake. Methinks what he said was true, might chieftain." Charnan's expression quickly lost its look of scrutiny, as he appeared much more open to the claim. He then questioned Julie. "I imagine you would not be willingly forthcoming with such vital information, but perhaps you are a human of devout honesty. So I'll simply ask you, do you know the whereabouts of the mutineers' hideout? If so, I would very much like to know." Though Charnan's voice was terrifying powerful, Julie was caught off guard by the man's direct approach. The woman did not hesitate to respond, and maintained eye contact while doing so. "No, I do not, and even if I did, you are correct, I would not ever willingly divulge such information," Charnan was equally surprised by Julie's direct and honest response. She made sure to make it known her detestation for the king, as her intense scowl never left her face. Though the wicked chieftain believed that her bold outer shell was nothing more than a front, concealing a terrified little girl underneath. Through the generations, the mighty Charnan had broke the mightiest of human beings that had unfortunately found themselves knelt before him. The chieftain took great pride in this accomplishment, leaving him convinced that no man or woman was beyond his conviction. He carefully scanned Julie's face for any sign of deception. He saw none, but saw nothing special about the woman, nor any reason for concern. The king decided that some light intimidation would be enough to break her tough exterior and convince her to reveal what she was hiding. You would not willingly divulge some information. You see, will is a subjective concept. What you believe you are or are not willing to give up only holds up under no scrutiny. However, with just the slightest touch of fear, most will abandon their morals instantly. For the vast majority, the threat of immense pain serves as a strong enough motivator to sever from their morals. I have faced the strongest wills there are, and stripped them of their moral compass in mere hours. When I was finished with them, they would gladly sell their own children, just to make the torture end. Do not be so bold as to think that you are any stronger than them. Sir, I will make this as simple as possible for you. You can either tell me what I want to know, and spare yourself of unimaginable agony. Or, you can become my newest plaything, and we see how long you can last. Julie looked deep into the burning eyes before her, feeling their heat on her face. Though it was intense, Julie did not fear the inferno, for she knew that her soul was protected from them, and that her spirit could not be touched by their flames. Her divinity would shield her from this false idol's wicked ways, and in the end she would be safe. With the reassurance in her heart, Julie confidently responded to her sadistic captor. Do what you must, though you will not. Julie's words were interrupted, as she noticed the tied-up young man beginning to move about from her peripheral vision. As she turned her head to see the commotion, she saw Kurt's face. Kurt had managed to turn himself over and spotted Julie. Their eyes met, and neither one could believe what they saw. Julie's jaw dropped, as tears began to form in her eyes. Emotion overwhelmed the woman instantly. Kurt had forgotten his dire situation, and became completely lost in pure joy. Julie began to pace towards Kurt, with her hand over her mouth. As Kurt watched Julie approach, he joyfully hollered, "Mom, you're okay." Julie happily nodded her head as tears dribbled down her cheeks. Behind them, the guard began to approach. However, Charnan held up his hand, gesturing for the guard to stop. It seemed that the chieftain wished to see this play out. Julie dropped down next to her son, pulling him close for a warm embrace. The mother and son giggled and cried together. Julie spoke to her son as she held him. "My boy, I have missed you so much. You should not be here." Julie brushed away the hair concealing Kurt's face, then planted a loving kiss on his forehead. The two smiled and looked at one another, forgetting their dark surroundings. Kurt, however, knew that this reunion would be short-lived, and took advantage of the moment to say what was most important. "Mom, I am going to get us out of here. Do not tell him a thing, no matter what. Promise me." A look of concern grew onto Julie's face, as she realized that her only child was now in the horde herder's grasp as well. Kurt eagerly waited for his mother to respond. He repeated himself once again. "Mom, promise me." Instead of speaking, Julie fought through her inner conflict and instead simply nodded to her son. Then the mother and son's hearts sank, as the sound of thunderous footsteps signaled the end of their happy reunion. The two did not turn around, but watched as a massive shadow covered them in darkness. Then the voice of the devil spoke to them. What a delightful coincidence. The two shuddered, realizing that the chieftain Charnan had now learned of their relation. A useful bit of information that the king would no doubt use to his advantage. A mother and son reunited, and I'm the one who made it happen. Surely, some thanks are owed for that. Both Julie and Kurt remained silent, feeling the king's presence as he stood menacingly behind them. After a long tense silence, Charnan spoke once more. Shy are we? Well, if you aren't going to show me the gratitude I deserve, then I shall take away the privilege. Then Charnan reached out his giant scarred hand out and rested it on the back of Julie's neck. Kurt's eyes filled with rage at the sight of Charnan's hand on his own mother. The chieftain made sure to look the young man in the eyes, with his scolding pupils. Then the king violently snatched his hand back, with Julie's throat in his grasp. The force pulled the mother from her son, causing her to grunt from the discomfort. Kurt helplessly attempted to free himself, frantically trying to break the ropes that bound him. Unfortunately, the young man was powerless to free himself, nor to help his own mother. He then settled for using his voice, it being his only option. Don't you hurt her. The young man fought back tears, as he watched fear fill his mother's face. Charnan looked at Julie, trapped within his grasp. Then he shifted his gaze back to Kurt on the floor. It's not her that should be worried, boy. A deep sense of dread came over both Julie and Kurt, as Charnan then violently tossed the woman backwards. She collapsed onto the hard ground, completely exhausted from the king's tight grip. Guard, restrain her. The henchman eagerly obliged, and rushed to grab hold of Julie. As this occurred, the chieftain slowly stepped closer to Kurt. The young man looked up at the colossal man lurking above him. His huge hand approached, blocking out all light. Its rough and grotesque fingers snatched hold of Kurt's hair once again. With a painfully tight grip, Charnan yanked the tied-up young man forward. Kurt yelped out in pain, as the king began to drag him along the ground by his hair. The harsh mountainous floor scraped at Kurt's skin, as he continued to be towed forward. At this point, the guard had successfully subdued to Julie, forcing her down on her knees with her hands pinned to her back. She was positioned with the throne in her sight. As she came to from her jarring impact, Julie watched her son being dragged in horror. Then, as his body had become parallel with Julie's, Charnan brought the pulling to a rest. Kurt's came to a stop, in between his mother and the throne. The young man did not even have time to catch his breath, when the king forcefully pulled him up and off of the ground. Charnan then used his immense strength to push Kurt down onto his knees. Then he placed his large hands on each of Kurt's shoulders, who breathed heavily and looked at his mother across from him. He shook his head in irritation, while Julie looked to her son with fear in her eyes. Though this trepidation had nothing to do with herself, but for her son. Charnan then looked to Julie with a confident expression. A mother's love knows no limits. Save your son and spare him the endless pain that I am more than capable of providing. Simply tell me where your people are hiding. Or I will tear your son apart, right in front of your eyes. Julie felt such immense conflict within her. She looked to her son, who shook his head no. Kurt's serious face was sincere and unwavering, showing his conviction. Julie sobbed, knowing what was about to occur, but remained silent. Charnan had seen enough. They had made their choice. So be it. Have your son's death on your hands. When it is all said and done, he screams and pleas for mercy will be your final memories of him. Julie watched in horror as Charnan lowered his strong mangled hand towards her son's head. She could not help but notice the long, yellow and jagged fingernails that protruded from the king's decrepit digits. As the distance between their sharp tips and Kurt's flesh decreased, the young man's eyes peered up at them in terror. He could not believe just how filthy the chieftain's nails were, as he observed visible filth that was collected beneath them. Then, as the tips of his fingernails had just rested on Kurt's forehead just above the young man's eyes, Charnan froze. He then raised his head, and looked to Julie once more. Last chance. His intimidating low voice caused the helpless woman to tremble. She looked to her son again for guidance, which caused the mother to feel shame. Though Julie felt so weak and vulnerable in her current situation, she cared not for her own well-being, but the thought of any pain being inflicted upon her child was Julie's worst nightmare. A nightmare that appeared to be coming to life right before her eyes. Despite her weakness, Kurt remained stoic, while looking into his mother's eyes. Though she was terrified, Julie felt such pride for her son in this moment. Despite knowing what horrid things were about to be done to him, Kurt managed to hide his fear and stay strong for his mother. As the two locked eyes, Kurt shook his head no, telling his mother to not give in to the pressures of evil. Julie smiled at her boy and blew a kiss to him. Then her happy gaze shifted into a look of disdain as she looked back up at Charnan. Her hateful expression told the king what he needed to know. He nodded his head at Julie, then looked back down at the boy under his arm. Then, without hesitation, the chieftain viciously dug his long, sharp fingernails into the skin on Kurt's forehead. Kurt immediately tensed up, but resisted the urge to show his discomfort. As the disgusting nails continued to dig in further, Kurt slammed his eyes shut. The young man's entire face scrunched up, as he balled his hands tight into fists. Finally, Charnan's grotesque nails had become fully concealed under Kurt's skin. At this point, the malevolent king had paused, for just a moment. Perhaps this was done to allow the immense pain to settle in for Kurt, before escalating it further. Charnan paid very close attention to not only Kurt's reaction, but also to Julie. For the chieftain knew this boy was strong, and so it was his mother that would be the key. The master manipulator made sure to flash his devilish face as the helpless woman. He could tell by her expression that Julie was facing an intense inner struggle. The turmoil was building within, and Charnan had only begun. The confident sadist knew it was only a matter of time before the loving mother spilled her guts to end her child's suffering. He then looked back down at Kurt, who seemed to have steadied himself. The young man had taken the moment to familiarize himself with the pain level, so that he could better endure it. Kurt knew not how far the king would take this, but he believed in his heart that he could withstand anything Charnan threw at him. The chieftain had decided that it was time to take this to the next level. With his left hand around the base of Kurt's neck, and his right firmly dug into the boy's skin, Charnan had full control of his victim. Now it was time to introduce his adversary to the true limitless potential of agony. The king slowly began pulling his sunk claws upward, towards Kurt's hairline. After only centimeters of movement, Kurt felt the unbearable pain of his skin being perpetually sliced. The man visibly clenched his teeth, biting down with the utmost intensity. He did so in a desperate attempt to endure this new level of discomfort. Still, he did not scream out, but continued to suffer in silence. Anxiety quickly began to build within Julie, as she watched her son's face be mutilated. After dragging his jagged nails only about an inch up Kurt's forehead, Charnan watched with glee as blood began to flow from the recent wounds. Soon the trails of blood traveled down over Kurt's eyes, then flowed past his cheeks. Julie was shocked by just how quickly her son's face had become covered in his own blood. Charnan peered down at the crimson mask that he created with overwhelming joy. The sick, twisted chieftain retained immense pleasure from delivering pain to others. Charnan loved this about himself, and believed that it was his key to his continued supremacy over the lands of Hysteria. His mantra was that, to truly control, one must cascade fear upon their people. Create an environment where nobody would ever even think of challenging you out of fear of your fury and rage. Only then could you maintain your power infinitely. Despite his insane beliefs, the king had managed to maintain his position at the very top for many generations. Charnan had no intentions of letting this power go, but in fact intended on growing it. To do so, however, the chieftain would have to snuff out the so-called mutineers once and for all. Their continued existence was not only a threat to his control, but also an insult to Amalgama. The downfall of the rebellious scum beneath him would begin today. It would commence with the revealing of the mutineers' hideout. Charnan finally stopped the upward motion of his sharp claws, giving the tortured boy a brief moment of respite. Julie could hear her son panting, as he attempted to combat the unbearable levels of pain he was experiencing. She called out to her son, "I love you, Kurt. You have become a strong man, just like your dad. He would be so proud of the man you have become." Her words caused Kurt to look up at his mother, with blood pooling in his eyes. Through his continued heavy breathing and endless pain, Kurt muttered out a few words to his grieving mother. "I'm only as strong as my mother." A small spark of hope fluttered in the air as the two empowered one another, and this enraged the king. Without hesitation, Charnan continued his onslaught of torture. With no sympathy, he eagerly scraped his dug claws up and through Kurt's flesh. The sheer intensity and obscene violence was too much for even Kurt to withstand any longer. His silent protest was broken, as a desperate shriek of terror broke through the young man's clenched teeth. Every moment felt like an eternity for the poor soul, as he helplessly felt his skin be forcefully sliced open. What was initially a light trickle of blood had now grown to resemble a fountain. The red oil of Kurt's body began to endlessly flow as his open wounds had instantly tripled in size. Julie's panic had launched into the stratosphere at the haunting visual of her own son being drained of his blood before her eyes. She fought hard within herself, as the inner turmoil toiled with her conscience. The motherly love for her son combated head-on with her loyalty to her people. She could not stand to watch her son be tortured, nor could she doom her people to an inevitable death. Guilt overwhelmed the woman, knowing that either direction would result in suffering for those she loved. Kurt continued to scream out primal sounds of agony, as the malicious chieftain carried out his war on the boy's flesh. Charnan looked to Julie, and could see the cracks begin to form. He knew it was only a matter of time now. Her heels were on the edge, and he only needed to give her one more nudge. Kurt's blood had now covered most of the front of his body, with the rest pooling on the floor around him. Julie could see the light beginning to fade from her son's face, as his eyes appeared dazed. He was no doubt beginning to feel lightheaded from the excessive blood loss. As the mother watched Kurt's eyes roll into the back of his head, Julie had reached her breaking point. Despite the shock wave that would occur from her decision, she simply refused to watch her own son die. If this would make her a villain in the eyes of her people, then so be it. She knew that if any mother or father were put in her position, they would do the same thing. Julie raised her hand in the air to gain Charnan's attention. "Stop, please, I'll tell you." Julie's desperate plea reached the king's ears, as he instantly ceased his relentless tear at Kurt's skin. His hellish eyes looked to Julie, eager to hear what she had to say. He saw a shattered woman, on her knees and sobbing. Her entire body trembled as her bottom lip twitched uncontrollably. The intense level of emotional abuse had taken an immense toll on Julie's well-being. Her heart raced like the wings of a hummingbird, and her anxiety swelled like the waves of a hurricane. She had reached her breaking point, and was now willing to make a deal with the devil before her. Julie looked Charnan in the eyes, and prepared to give her mortal enemy the key to defeating her people. With one last deep breath, the worn-out woman opened her mouth and... No. As Julie was about to disclose the catacomb's location, Kurt's near-lifeless body had reanimated. The badly wounded young man yelled out to his mother, in a desperate attempt to stop her. Julie was in complete awe of her son's fortitude. She looked at Kurt, who could barely hold his head up any longer. Despite being soaked in blood, Julie could still see the nobility in Kurt's eyes. The young man was willing to die for their cause, and intended to do so. Unfortunately for Kurt's hopes, his mother's love for him was simply too strong. With tears in her eyes, Julie spoke to her son. "I'm sorry, but I can't watch my only son die. I lost your father, I can't lose you. Kurt's face filled with anger and pain, as he desperately tried to change his mother's mind. Unlike Julie, Kurt's mind was not conflicted whatsoever. The young man's only goal was to preserve his people's existence. To Kurt, his life was not as important as the lives of their culture. With one last desperate plea, Kurt attempted to dissuade his mother. He spoke with his own blood in his mouth. His face was emboldened with the utmost sincerity. If you tell him, then we will all lose. His grim prophecy resonated deep with Julie, as she knew the grave repercussions that would come with her choice. Though despite this realization, the mother had to protect her child. She looked away from Kurt, for she could not bear to see the disappointment in his eyes. With an overflowing amount of guilt within her soul, Julie reluctantly informed the sadistic King Charnan on the whereabouts of the catacombs. Kurt sat in complete silence, shaking his head in disgust. He felt such deep contempt for his mother, and thought her decision was one of selfishness. Charnan smiled with wicked glee, as he had finally managed to achieve something that he had pursued for generations. He had waited for this moment for lifetimes, and his had finally arrived. With the information he yearned for now secured, Charnan slowly retracted his gnarly claws from Kurt's flesh. As his large hand freed itself from the young man's skin, blood tricked from the tips of his nails. Then Kurt's weak body dangled forward, only being held up by the king's right hand wrapped around the nape of his neck. Charnan looked deep into Julie's eyes and spoke his evil words. You have done the right thing. Our Lord will be pleased with you. As a token of good faith, I shall spare not only your life, but the life of your son as well. With these words, Charnan carelessly removed his right hand from Kurt's neck, which was the only thing stabilizing him. Without the support and being in such a weakened state, Kurt could no hold himself up. He helplessly fell forward, and crashed onto the ground. Charnan began to walk back towards his throne, and addressed his henchmen as he did so. Guard, return the female to her cell, along with her son. The guard obeyed his king, and forcefully lifted Julie up off of her knees. He then marched her towards Kurt's motionless body. With one arm, the guard carelessly threw the young man over his shoulder. Julie winced as she watched Kurt's body violently jerk and flop from the inertia. Then, with the unconscious Kurt over his shoulder, and Julie in his arms, the guard escorted the two out of the throne room. The chieftain observed his blood-stained hand for a moment, before looking over at the slumped man, Parker. Though sleeping, Charnan spoke to him nonetheless. Now it's your turn. Moments later, the other guard sent to retrieve fresh horde flesh, welcomed himself into Charnan's chambers. The chubby henchman awkwardly shuffled his way towards the king and his throne. He halted before his lord, completely out of breath. In his hands was a basket full of meat. The fly-covered flesh looked revolting, and smelled even worse. Though to these savages, it was a delicacy and their holy dish. My lord, I have retrieved the freshest of flesh. I just killed the beast myself, and severed its hindquarters into nice tiny pieces. The half-witted buffoon appeared quite pleased with himself. Charnan looked at his simple underling with disdain, then simply pointed his finger over at Officer Parker, who remained shackled to the wall. The guard looked at the sleeping man, then back at his king with confusion. Charnan could sense that his henchman could not comprehend what he was communicating. With a disappointed sigh, the chieftain explained his desires to his guard. I want you to feed him the flesh. This statement only further confused the savage, who showed it with a puzzled expression on his face. This demand was quite bizarre to him, since it was so out of the ordinary with his people's costumes. My lord, I thought the human scum weren't worthy of tasting the holy meat. This was true, as Charnan had always prohibited the human captives to feed upon horde flesh. For to do so, was to allow them contact with amalgama. To Charnan, Human beings did not deserve what he would consider the highest of privileges. He would never allow a human, who actively denied his Lord, the honor of basking in its cosmic wisdom. Unless doing so would serve the goals of not only himself, but of Amalgama as well. The chieftain rolled his eyes, as his underlings' questioning began to irritate him. Ordinarily, yes, the humans are forbidden from ingesting the horde's flesh. However, this is no ordinary circumstance. Now do as I have demanded, and if you question my orders again, I shall personally feed you to the horde. A radiant rage emanated from Charnan's eyes, striking fear into the henchman's heart. His king's scolding expression terrified the savage, who frantically began to scurry towards the wall. Yes, my lord, my deepest apologies. The whimpering guard reached the wall and stood beside Parker, who remained asleep. He hastily reached into the basket and retrieved a handful of shredded-up flesh. The meat oozed with pus and blood that found its way through the savage's filthy fingers. The flies eagerly buzzed about the guard's hand as he grabbed hold of Parker's hung head. He raised the officer's skull upward and pressed it against the wall. The savage then began to wiggle his thick fingers in between Parker's lips. As the tips of his fingers came into contact with the officer's teeth, Parker's eyes suddenly flew open. The man was stunned by his surroundings and began to panic. Parker jerked his head away from the guard's hand and began to thrash about. The realization that his arms were restrained sent the man into panic. Despite his pulling, however, Parker's hands remained shackled. The guard pursued the officer's head and received a powerful kick to the groin for his efforts. As he bent over in agony, the guard peered up at Parker with anger. "Why, you filthy little runt? You're gonna eat this and you're gonna like it." Then the guard charged at the much smaller Parker with all of his might, flesh still in hand. Parker preemptively flung his leg forward again, but the savage's sheer force crushed his leg back towards his body. Then the impact of the guard's body crashing into his forced Parker's head to smash up against the rocky wall behind him. This blow to the head temporarily stunned the officer, which allowed the henchman to latch hold of his head once again. This time the guard forcefully jammed his thick hand into Parker's teeth. He then worked to place the tips of his fingers in between the top and bottom rows of Parker's teeth. Once he had done so, the henchman then began to pry open Parker's mouth with sheer force. At this time, Parker had shook of his daze and attempted to fight back. He tried to fight back against the guard's attempts by closing his mouth all of his jaw's strength. At first, it seemed that Parker's jaw strength was beginning to overpower the savage's fingers. Though as the guard noticed this, he slammed his other hand into Parker's temple in an ugly display of violence. Parker's neck snapped sideways with a harsh whiplash. As soon as he began to turn his head back towards the guard, Parker was greeted by yet another vicious close-handed strike to his temple. This second shot carried a bonus amount of force and severely knocked Parker for a loop. With the officer being thoroughly discombobulated, the savage took full advantage. He was able to pry Parker's mouth open with ease and swiftly began to jam the repulsive flesh into the man's gullet. Though he was still concussed, Parker's body automatically began to gag the moment the foreign meat came into contact with his taste buds. As Parker began to hurl, the guard firmly placed his hand over his mouth. With his massive hand sealing Parker's mouth and nose, he had cut off the man's air supply. Panic filled his eyes as Parker began to run out of air and frantically tried to fight back. His efforts were pointless, though, as his arms were removed from the equation. The guard looked into the fearful man's eyes. "Do you want a breath? Then swallow, you scum." Parker stared back menacingly and remained defiant. However, with every passing second, the dread grew as his body began to shut down due to a lack of oxygen. Parker had no choice if he wished to survive this ordeal. He would have to give in to the guard's demands. With the utmost disgust and frustration, Parker begrudgingly choked down the abhorrent flesh that filled his mouth. The taste was far more atrocious and foul than anything that the man had ever had the misfortune of tasting, let alone ingesting. Once Parker had successfully swallowed the flesh, the guard smiled. "Good boy, now open wide." Fright filled Parker, as he realized that this nightmarish ordeal had just begun. The king, Charnan, watched the scene from his throne with glee. He observed as handful after handful was forced down the poor man's throat. Through the forceful means of suffocation, Parker had no choice but to ingest every last morsel offered to him. For if he ever wished to escape this place and potentially even have his revenge, the man had to give in. The only thing that allowed him to psychologically endure this unbearable treatment was the thoughts of his family. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of this inhumane treatment, the guard had run out of horde flesh. He had force-fed last bit of the basket's contents to Parker. The savage playfully slapped the officer on the cheek and laughed at his misfortune. "That was fun, babe, let's do it again soon." The guard then turned to his king, who sat looking quite pleased. "Leave us now, I have no further use for you." The henchman happily obliged the commands of his lord. "Yes, my lord, good night." As the heinous henchman left the room, Charnan peered at the man against the wall. Parker hung his head, groaning and sobbing. He felt such immense discomfort and disgust. The man had experienced such a level of violation, and struggled to keep his psyche intact. Charnan stared on with joy, knowing was soon to come for the strong-willed officer. The malevolent master knew that his plan was coming together quite nicely.